before the meeting.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
And is there
right, good evening, everyone. I will now call to order the regular scheduled Apex Town Council meeting for Tuesday, February 27, 2024 to order. And we'll move right into the invocation tonight. What we will have is a moment of silence. We're all here for different reasons, and things of importance to us, a priority. And I would just like for us to take the time right now, take some deep breaths, and let's just meditate before we go into business. So if you would, join me in a moment of silence. Thank you so much. And also appreciate the music to the moment of silence.
That's right. Yeah.
All right, please join me for Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Bless you. All right, thank you, everyone. And by the way, if you haven't signed up tonight to speak in public forum or public hearing, the sheets are right here to be recognized at that time. So just see Mr. Coleman, our town clerk, to sign up. All right, so we move now into approval of the consent agenda. All consent agenda items are considered routine to be enacted by one motion. With the adoption of the consent agenda without discussion, if a council member requests discussion of an item, the item may be removed from the consent agenda and considered separately. And with that said, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented?
Mayor, can I pull consents 3 and 4, please, for further discussion?
Okay. Okay. Consent 3 and 4. Anyone else?
Motion to approve the agenda as amended.
All right.
I'll second.
All right. Motion second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? All right, motion carries. All right, so the amended agenda with the 2 consent items, would you like to move forward with that on the new business item, Councilman?
Yes.
Okay.
If it's okay to do it right now, I suggest moving that to the beginning of the meeting, so
okay.
people don't have to sit through the whole thing.
Okay, we can do that.
Maybe, I don't know, maybe before public hearings?
I think I would like to go ahead and deal with it.
Right now?
Yep.
Okay, sure.
Sure do. All right. So this is a new business item for consent 3 and 4. And this is appointments of the planning board as presented, and also appointments of planning board chair and vice chair.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I asked this to be pulled for further discussion. So I've watched a lot of the planning board meetings since I've been elected in 2017, and I see the value in the membership. Kind of, it's a balance between experience and knowledge of being on that board, and having new ideas, having people from the community be able to serve on these boards. And when I read through your recommendations, it was only 1 out of 6 were new people, which I thought was not the proper balance of new ideas versus knowledge. And so I was going to make a motion after the official motion to strike some and send that back to you for a different kind of recommendation potentially.
Okay.
But I think I'll wait till the official motion and amend that motion. I think is the proper Robert's rule.
Okay. All right.
Mayor,
Yes.
I move we approve consent item 3 and 4 as presented.
Okay.
Second.
I have a motion and second. All in favor say aye.
And can I make a quick amendment to that motion? Now that we're in the discussion phase, my amendment would be to strike the 2 representatives that have served 2 terms already, the ones who've been there the longest, which would be Tina Sherman and Tim Royal for the ETJ nomination.
Okay. All right, added to that discussion, I do want to point out that with the process we have in place, that their colleagues, their peers did unanimously vote for them to be back there.
Yes, I did see that.
Which is pretty impressive. And I don't like to overlook that as the mayor. I also must point out that we have been working diligently to ensure that we reflect the demographics of the town. And that's what I'm also including in these appointments.
I understand that.
Okay. So with removing certain people, that would take us in a different direction?
Potentially.
Potentially, yes.
Kind
All
of
right.
depends on who
Depends on your
gets
next set of
appointed
nominations.
instead, right?
Okay. So with that being said, my nominations are my nominations. I'm sticking to it. It's a solid recommendation. And we have a motion and a second on the floor. You want to amend it?
Yeah, so I'll make a motion to amend with those 2 strikeouts.
Okay.
What would be the impact of striking 2 names from the appointments?
Talking to me?
I'm asking.
Let's go to our
Inquiry.
town clerk. What would be the impact of striking the 2 names from the
It would
appointment?
remove them from consideration, but it would send it back to you for another recommendation.
Okay.
And it would
If
affect
that
the
motion-
number 4 because they were listed in the second one as well.
Okay, I do have a question for the attorney, legal. So if there's a strike of those 2 names for this session, is there anything that prohibits me bringing them back the next meeting?
There's nothing that would prohibit you from bringing back the same names except the same result occurring repeatedly.
Okay, understood. So we wouldn't have a active planning board, is what I'm hearing.
I believe they would serve until their replacements were named.
Okay.
So I think that would be addressed.
Anybody else?
I'll just note that I remember watching the planning board meeting earlier this year, first planning board meeting of January. That was 5 hours long. And, you know, the idea that we have folks who are willing to take that sort of obligation on, perform that sort of duty, that's critical and vital to us. Knowing that, you know, you're going to be sitting, listening to a lot of concerns, a lot of viewpoints, and quite frankly, looking at things in a way that will ultimately help and aid us, although we have the ability to go in any direction, regardless of which way the board goes. I do think it's of note that it's, I think, a blessing to be able to have folks who are willing to continue to serve, especially on a board such as this, because it does require so much time, attention, dedication. So to me, I look at the idea of having someone who's willing to serve for a 3rd term, quite frankly, as a benefit. And as a person, and I know we've talked about this individually as council members, but we know that this is not an easy lift. So for not only those of the planning board members who happen to be present here today, but those who aren't, it's important that we relay to you guys our heartfelt thanks and appreciation, because it ain't easy. It's many times not thankful, but it's something that you guys do, and you do not only with professionalism and aplomb, but you do it with the idea of knowing that you're not doing it for self-service, but you're serving the people of Apex. So to all of y'all who are in the room, who have taken that step and have been on the planning board, thank you so much for what you do.
Thank you for that, and all our boards and committees, thank you so much for that.
Point of order, Mayor.
Yes.
The council member's amendment requires a second for us to even consider it.
Is there a second on Councilman Gant's motion to strike 2 names from appointments? All right, that motion fails.
Mayor, call the question.
Yes, sir. Councilman Go.
Call the question.
Okay, all right. Motion to approve and second has been presented on the table. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
All right, motion passes 4-1. All right, we'll move on. We have our presentations now. And the first presentation is a proclamation, Bleeding Disorders Awareness Month, March 2024. And tonight to receive the proclamation is Charlene Caldwell and Karen Davis of the Bleeding Disorders Foundation of North Carolina. And before you come up, we're going to read the proclamation in unity. And tonight, starting us off, is Councilman Zigerman. Councilman.
Okay, this is the proclamation for the Bleeding Disorders Awareness Month 2024. Whereas bleeding disorders are a group of conditions in which the body is unable to form proper blood clot, resulting in extended bleeding after injury, surgery, trauma, or menstruation, and can be significantly debilitating and even fatal if not treated properly. And
Whereas there are many types of bleeding and blood disorders which affect millions of people around the world, including hemophilia, von Willebrand's disease, anemia, HIV, and more. And
Whereas according to the U.S. Centers for Disease Control, there are more than 3 million people nationwide who are affected by some form of bleeding disorder. And
Whereas volunteers, researchers, caregivers, and medical professionals work tirelessly to improve the quality of life for people and families who live with blood and bleeding disorders. And
whereas there are many ways residents can contribute to the ongoing work to improve lives of those with blood and bleeding disorders, such as educating themselves on the diseases and their impacts, donating to causes and organizations that research, treatment, and advocate for affected people, and raising awareness and support for the cause within their community.
Now, therefore, I, Jacques K. Gilbert, Mayor of Apex, North Carolina, do hereby proclaim the month of March 2024 as Bleeding Disorders Awareness Month in the town of Apex, and call on the community to join me in helping to provide more support, understanding, and funding to help fight these diseases in order to one day find a cure. Signed on this 27th day of February 2024. And again, Charlene and Karen, please join me to receive the proclamation. If I can have my council colleagues and meet down. Nice to meet you. Very nice to meet you. We're going to take a nice picture together. Okay? All right. So I have the town of Apex. Thank you so much for all. So we're going to hold this together.
All right, squeeze in. Randall's not here, so this will be as good as it gets. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, big smiles. Thank you.
I just want to thank y'all for.
That's fine.
Oh, okay. Thank y'all for being here tonight. I think it's really important to provide advocacy within the community. Of course, we do it within the realm of bleeding disorders, but just in general, advocacy is very important. So thank y'all for being here on behalf of your city. Thank you to y'all for bringing awareness to bleeding disorders. The whole month of March is about bleeding disorders. We aim to raise awareness because while hemophilia is probably the most commonly known bleeding disorder that's out there, von Willebrand disease affects 1 in 100 people. Most people don't know, and unfortunately, a lot of the folks that I know with von Willebrand disease only find out after something has happened related to their bleeding disorder. And this is especially troubling for women and girls who have a bleeding disorder undiagnosed. So thank y'all very much and have a great rest of the meeting.
All right, thank you. All right, moving to our next presentation, Women's History Month, March 2024. How exciting is that? Come on, y'all. And we have a proclamation. All right. Kicking us off tonight for the Women's History Month proclamation will be Councilwoman Killingsworth. Thank you.
Women's History Month 2024. Whereas Women's History Month traces its roots back to the inaugural International Women's Day in 1911, and by 1987 there was bipartisan congressional support to recognize this month-long observance annually, and
whereas the theme of Women's History Month 2024 celebrates women who advocate for equity, diversity, and inclusion, which acknowledges both the challenges and achievements of women throughout history, and
whereas women who have persistently fought for rights not only for themselves, but for numerous other underrepresented and disenfranchised groups in America, and we honor these women who have taken the lead in demonstrating the significance of change, and
Whereas we recognize and honor women of every race, ethnicity, age, and status who have worked in their homes, communities, and workplaces to cultivate a more inclusive and equitable society for all. And
Whereas the town of Apex is proud to present the program Designing Women, Beloved Apex Landmarks and Their Designers on Sunday, March 10th at 2 p.m. at Pleasant Park. This panel discussion will highlight the women who helped shape some of Apex's most significant landmarks.
Now, therefore, I, Jacques K. Gilbert, Mayor of Apex, North Carolina, do hereby proclaim the month of March 2024 Women's History Month in the town of Apex, and invite all residents to thank a woman in their life for the things they do every day to make the world around them a better and more inclusive place. Signed this 27th day of February 2024. And again, a round of applause for Women's History Month. Okay, so if my colleagues are joining me down again, and I have some folks to recognize and call up.
Let's do one.
All right, there's so many women doing amazing things in our great town, the peak of good living, and we do want to take the time to recognize a few key women, and we'll start tonight with Tayon Dancy. Tayon Dancy has really been doing a lot in our community in the past few years. Actually, beyond that, started the first MK event for the town of Apex, and many other things that the list is too long to mention tonight. So thank you so much for your service. Coming around. All right. If you would, just shake the hands here, and then we'll have you sit here for a picture. All right, next, I want to recognize Renee Pfeiffer, all right, with Apex Parks and Rec Advisory Board, if you would come up. And you've been serving for quite some time. Thanks for all the work you do. All right, also on Apex Parks and Rec Advisory Board, Lisa Esrich. Thank you, Lisa, for everything you do. On behalf of the town, thank you so much. All right, and then the GOAT of Apex Parks and Rec, Angela Reiki, come on up, please. I guess the question would be, what don't you do?
Get it done fast enough.
There you go. There you go. Thanks for all you do, Angela. Thank you so much. And then last we have, actually we do have a couple more, Irena Ferguson. Irena is a business owner in the town of Apex, also resides here. And she launched the very first TEDx event in the town of Apex. So TEDx Apex, and there's another one coming up this year. So thank you so much. Bless you. Wow. All right. I do want to recognize a lady who's near and dear to us. She served this town very well in a different role, in an elected role. And Mayor Pro Tem for 8 years. If you would, please come up and accept the proclamation. You want to sit back? No. Thank you. All right. We have one more? Two more? Two more. All right. Also want to recognize a lady who has really devoted a lot of time and effort, as mentioned by Mayor Pro Tem Gray, to our planning board. Ms. Tina Sherman, come up. All right, Alice, photo time. Yes, I think that'll work better, so. Yeah.
Oh.
Two steps up. Yeah, he's got
So we're operating with iPhone. Hey, if you shoot a movie with an iPhone, you can.
All right. 1, 2, 3. Big smiles. 1, 2, 3. Perfect.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank y'all so much.
Thank you.
So I did have a few words I wanted to share. Again, I'm Tayon Williams Dancy. And I just want to start by saying Women's History Month, as they've read through the proclamation, it celebrates the contributions of women everywhere in the United States. But today I commend Apex for recognizing the contribution of women to our great town of Apex. I'm here today not representing me. I'm representing all of you that are in the audience, that are watching online, that are living in the Apex community. We stand upon the shoulders even of our elders that came before us, the struggles and the triumphs of many women that came before us over 150 years ago. While we cannot highlight many notable names, because yes, there were some called out tonight, but there are so many more that could have been called even beyond our names. Councilwoman Audra Killingsworth, the only woman sitting member of the town council. Nicole Dozier, leader extraordinaire for Medicaid expansion, retired Mayor Pro Tem, and so much more. Tina Sherman, the planning leader for complex planning team in our town, an advocate for Moms Rising, and so much more. Karen Lee, who messaged me before I came tonight to remind me about a show that's going on at the library talking about a Black woman who was a part of a plantation here in Apex many moons ago. Today, on this Tuesday, February 27th, I want to recognize the woman who is often unnamed. We don't speak about her, but she is in the trenches, the unsung heroes who may never or rarely be recognized in this setting. The mother who raised Jacques K. Gilbert here in this town. Like many mothers who care about the roads, the parks, the crosswalks, their neighbors, and so much more. The woman who cleans the Holly Cultural Center. She has become dear to me every time I am at an event there. She is the one that keeps the bathroom clean that you use, and it is always impeccable. Her name is Miss Betty Prince. May we know her name, may we say her name. Thank you, Miss Prince. Like my mother, Carolyn Williams, who raised me to know and respect everyone in the building, from the housekeeper to the CEO. Miss Renee Raines, a woman born on a slave plantation right here in Apex. There'll be a play starting Thursday, March 7th at the Holly Cultural Center. Be sure to see her. I see Elizabeth Stitt in the room. I watched her time after time come here to speak about the issues that affect her and affect her town. Tina Weish is in the building, who brings her son in to see how this activity happens, because one day he may be the next Jacques Gilbert. The woman who picked tobacco in the 1900s when tobacco farming was big here in Apex. Remember her. Women business owners that strive even now, like Irena Ferguson, to keep Apex thriving. Like my daughter, Jediah Dancy, a new woman because she just turned 18, graduating summa cum laude, going on to be who knows what, but I know she will be a mouthpiece for other women. The woman who takes to the parks for a good run, like me, a play date with their children, and just to engage with other women. The woman who balances work, can carpool, and a special needs child at home. The woman who spends all day on the soccer field, cheering her child on and building their self-esteem, and then goes home and cooks for her family. The woman who teaches with minimal pay. The woman that stands up for you when you are not in the room. Before women's suffrage, Apex was. Before women could vote, Apex was. So let us recognize daily the unsung women in our neighborhoods, our schools, women in tech, housekeepers, nurses, firewomen, police, and so much more. You are the real MVPs. You are the real sheroes. We salute. Let us continue to plight of women in our apex government. And as they read, let us focus on women equality, equity, and inclusion in all of apex. Thank you, thank you, thank you for the recognition.
All right. Well done, Tayon.
Mayor,
Yes.
may I say also
Absolutely.
to everyone right now, there is early voting going on. We have a primary right now. Don't let your voice be drowned out. Vote. It goes through March 2nd.
Okay. Thank you, Councilwoman Killingsworth, for sure. All right. Thank you, everyone, for joining me in the proclamation readings and recognition. So we'll move now into setting of the regular meeting agenda. Is there a motion to approve the meeting agenda as
motion to
presented?
approve.
All right.
Second.
Zigerman, Gant, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries unanimously. We move now to public forum. Opportunity for community members to speak. And if you would, adhere to the policy, including the time, and be respectful in your comments. So tonight's first presenter will be Ms. Tina Sherman. And you have indicated here that you have 4 more people,
I do.
okay? Can you have them to be
Folks
recognized?
stand, please.
Okay,
Thank you.
9 minutes.
Thank you, sir. First of all, thank you, Mayor, for the honor. Very much appreciated. I think you all know my name by now. My name is Tina Sherman. I'm a proud resident, a mom of 4, an 18-year-old who's about to graduate, and 2 twin 15-year-olds and a 9-year-old. I'm a wife to this wonderful gentleman here. And on my day job, the day hat I wear is I work in public policy, specifically in improving maternal health, and given our disparities, specifically in improving Black maternal health. A few of my recent accomplishments, A few of my recent accomplishments include rights for pregnant and pumping workers in Congress, recently signed into law, celebrating its first year. I also recently spoke before the UN on improving breastfeeding rates in the United States. Unbelievably, the United States has the worst breastfeeding rates in the country. But here in Apex, and why I'm here tonight, is that I'm an advocate in this community for engagement, and have been for many, many years. Not that many, but a few years. I started the Apex Community Forum, many of which you all might be familiar with. I'm not on Facebook anymore, but I did start it in an effort to inform the community. I worked in partnership with the farmers market. I don't see Alexis here, but helped to secure the town's commitment in partnership with the farmers market. I pushed the previous mayor, Mayor Olive, to hold a town hall. Again, all for community engagement. Might catch a theme here. I insisted on the establishment of Peak Academy along with our former town clerk, Donna. I'm very proud to say that I was a part of the inaugural class and know that many of you in here have been a part of the Peak Academy. I was humbled and honored to receive a Think Apex nominee in 2020. And I serve on a handful of boards. You may have heard a few of those, including the Vision Zero traffic study and the Housing Advisory Board. And my most proud accomplishments here in the town is working with Mayor Pro Tem Dozier to ensure that town employees had access to paid leave so that they could take care of their families when they needed. And you have heard that I was asked to be reappointed by the mayor, thank you, Mayor, for my 3rd term as on the planning board. Many of the folks sitting on this planning board, again, 3rd term, have voted for me before. Last year, I was nominated as vice chair. This year, I was nominated unanimously. as chair. And I just want to take a moment and play.
Nominate Tina for chair. I think she's a very passionate person who cares about the community and really wants to do the right thing by, the town and for everyone in it.
Do I have another nomination?
I want to read a few notes for you because you've heard that my tenure should be done. The previous planning board chair said, "I know the town is in good hands with you. I know where your heart is. Take it easy." One of our members who's sitting on the council said, "Watching a planning board meeting, I don't have Tina's phone number, but please let her know that I am standing up and applauding her right now." Another thing that I try to do is really connect individuals in the community to governing. It's hard. Y'all, governing is hard. And understanding the different nuances of governing is hard. So after a very strenuous, long 5-hour meeting, I reached out to all of the planning board and staff. And I said, from our conversation last night, it appears that at least one of the neighbors had reached out to the town and did not receive the information he was asking. So Diane Ken, thank you, Diane, expressed, "We appreciate that you assist the neighbors in a better understanding of the issues last night." Y'all, I have 4 kids. I'm here for all of you, okay? I want to make that clear. So I'm going to express my gratitude for the proclamation, but I also want to shed some sunlight on some things that were happening over the last week. There were some rumblings and rumors about what transpired here during the session, the new, the addition and the polling of my name. Councilman Gant, who you saw polled, Councilman Mahaffey, and Councilman Zegerman were threatening to pull my name, which would mean that my name would have been pulled tonight. Mr. Gant and I have had one-on-one conversations. He doesn't like my style. Some might call that tone policing. In the 20 minutes I was here with my husband doing a little bit of work. I had several of you come up and express your appreciation for my comments on Monday. You're at the last planning board meeting. You're welcome. I will be there for you as long as the mayor wants me to be there for you. I want you all to know that Monday after the planning board meeting, I had just returned from California where we moved my mother-in-law into assisted living care. It's a several-hour meeting that I was here for all of you, not for me. Mr. Mahaffey and Mr. Zegerman, we had a disagreement during the election. If you want to know about that, see me outside the 4 walls of this building, because in this building, it's about all of you. It's about governing. It's about ensuring your voice is heard as issues are moving through this town. So how did I leave it? I said, Mr. Mahaffey, Mr. Zegerman, I hope, because there was a chance that they were going to be sitting right here, and here they are. I said, I hope that you make a choice. I'm asking for your commitment that you will make the choice, that I will be working with you. And they assured me that they would. So when I heard that the 3 of them had gathered and was discussing removing me, I was shocked. Because you see, politics is politics, but governing is about all of you. This feels a little bit like retaliation. There was no solid reason given. Did you hear a solid reason from Mr. Gant? It was term, right? They can write that into the UDO. They have the power to change the UDO and write term limits into the UDO. And I'm perfectly fine. If it is time for me to go, write it in the UDO. I will honor that. If you all decide that you've had enough of me, give me a call. I'll go. There was no discussion with me or the mayor. Last week, these rumblings were the first time I heard of this. There was no discussion about wanting me removed. Mr. Gant and I have had conversations. He didn't say, Ms. Sherman, your time is up. So I want to shed light on this. Again, am deeply appreciative of the recognition this evening, but the reality is there's work to do. So I want to shed light on this process. Y'all, I have a proven track record. I pride myself in advocating for the citizens, whether it's before developers, y'all are in here, or the town. And the fact that there's no transparency, we had a lot of conversation around transparency and trust. The fact that there was no transparency around these actions is appalling. So with being unanimously voted, I hope that this will not come to again. I hope that if you have any problems or concerns with me, that you will ensure that the residents, with me or anybody, because there's someone else on this slate as well, if there is changes that you would like to make, there's an opportunity in this space. You all have the power. Do it here. Don't go after someone personally. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sherman. Manzoor Shima.
Greetings, Apex City Council members. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. My name is Manzoor Chima. I'm a resident of Raleigh, North Carolina. I'm a member of People's Power Lab and Muslim for Social Justice. I'm here representing Sister Zohra Umas, who's a resident of Apex, North Carolina for the last 5 years. Sister Zohra's son is a victim of injustice. He is incarcerated on allegedly trumped up charges for decades. She is also a victim of racism, Islamophobia, health disparity, and housing unaffordability. Her son was also tortured in Raleigh prison, which was documented and complained against. They are the victims of extreme racism, which is called Islamophobia or anti-Muslim bigotry. Since Israel's war on Gaza, there is a high increase in anti-Muslim bigotry and violence, as well as anti-Semitism. We are here to our organization, People's Power Lab and Muslim for Social Justice, to demand that Apex should have a Human Relations Commission or defend the human rights of the people. It's beyond the corporate DEI language, diversity, equity, inclusion. It is about human rights of the people, where people are discriminated based on their race, gender, ethnicity, background, and other backgrounds. And it is related to US foreign policies too. When we are dropping bombs on innocent women and children, that racism is going to trickle in our own country. And this is why many cities across the country are establishing human relations commissions. So Apex should establish a human relations commission. I also want to thank Council Member Killingsworth and Council Member Zegerman for signing a letter for ceasefire. Cities should pass a resolution. This is not a symbolic gesture. It puts pressure on our government to also pass a ceasefire. One other particular issue that I also want to add is the mental health crisis. Since COVID-19, there's a spike in mental health crisis. There are suicides happening, increased number of people with and if you happen to be a Muslim or black or brown and poor, then there's even higher rate of mental health crisis. And guess what? When people have a mental health crisis, who comes to protect you? The police. The police is not there to serve people who have mental health crisis, and they handcuff people and then take them to the mental health institute. Many cities across the country have passed non-police crisis response team units, including Durham, North Carolina, Raleigh, North Carolina. Apex should also have crisis response team units so that people are treated with respect and dignity and mental health. And this is a city mandate, so we request you to work on both of that, Human Relations Commission and non-police crisis response team. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Shima. Thank you. Elizabeth Raystedt.
Elizabeth Raystedt, 3113 Friendship Road. Mayor, Town Council, good evening. I would like to tag on to Councilwoman's Killingsworth's statement about early voting. The polls are open till 7:30, right across the street. I voted before I came in, so wanted to just add that because the clock right there, you got time to walk across the street. I do want to mention that I am a mom of 5 young adults. It's a blended family. 3, I had the privilege of birthing. 2, I have the privilege of calling my own. They have 3 significant others. I am a mom to 2 horses and 5 cows. So, you know, when people talk about when we walk in the door, we do carry a lot. And sometimes it is hard to come into this room because it's not always the friendliest. And I've tried to, you know, take the time to introduce myself to people, get to know people. And I know that, you know, protocol is you sit back and you listen. You don't really nod. You really don't engage. And that's hard. That's hard when someone comes in here to say, hey, I'm worn out and tired, but I'm going to show up. I'm going to show up with what little I have left to say, hey, here are my concerns, and then have it be a monologue. Occasionally you get a phone call. The mayor is really good at that. But, you know, I'm coming up on 2 years of standing up here saying, hey, here's what our problems are in our community. And it would be nice that we start figuring out how we have more conversations. So Raleigh just put back in the Citizen Advisory Council, where there are groups that aren't appointed by any of you that get to represent their community and have a say and be a group that you could come to and talk with. And I think that would be a huge benefit to Apex. Because as you are growing into different communities, unless you give us the chance to have a two-way conversation, a lot is left on the table. The other thing that would be incredibly helpful during the public hearings is we always talk about these projects, about this is in the public interest. And there's times where I sit in the audience and say, well, it's not clear to me certain projects are in the public interest. And I've asked some questions over the last 2 years about, you know, how do you actually quantify that? And the reality is you guys don't. I think it'd be very helpful if you would quantify to say, this is the tax revenue it's going to bring in. Here are the costs that we're going to incur to add fire and police, you know, all the different services. You know, here's the cost of adding more cars onto our roads. Here's the cost of losing our trees. You know, you do have the Apex tree canopy study that says, here's what the economic value of your trees are. So thank you for your time. I know I run out as normal. 3 minutes is really hard. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stitt. Okay, so I have Charlene Caldwell and Karen Davis. Yes, they signed up, but they're gone. Okay, so Julia Owen, please come on.
I have a letter on behalf of the Muslim American Public Affairs Council for you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Julia Owen. I've been a resident of Apex since 1998, 26 years. Lots changed, but one thing that hasn't is our unbreakable goodwill towards all, both here in Apex and abroad. I'm here to speak on behalf of Palestine. In over 140 days, more than 30,000 people are dead in Gaza. Over 13,000 children are forever gone. Remind me who Israel's fighting this war against. 13,000 children in 4 months, forever gone. While Americans were distracted with the Super Bowl, Israel aired a commercial and began bombing the last safe zone in Gaza, where nearly 2 million citizens were taking refuge in an area about the size of Sanford. Let's acknowledge the dads, those grieving fathers of the 13,000 dead children, those struggling to locate their dead children under the rubble, bury their dead children in the war zone, struggling to find the necessities of life so the remaining can live as bombs come down all around them. And yes, let's release all the hostages, including more than 200 children, some under the age of 13 years old, mainly for throwing rocks. 13-year-old children arrested by professional military soldiers with machine guns, tried by professional military interrogators with no parents, no lawyers, no advocates present. And what's worse, sadly, those children are the lucky ones. Just last month, Taufik Abdel Jabbar was murdered by the IDF in the West Bank. He was a U.S. American citizen, a teenager, U.S. American, killed by the IDF in the West Bank under suspicion of throwing rocks, not in Gaza, but in the West Bank where there is no Hamas. In what world would any sane individual think that throwing rocks would constitute a death sentence? As a longstanding citizen of Apex, I'm demanding that you totally divest from Israel. I'm appalled that we spent $750,000 to support Israel when those funds are absolutely, direly needed here at home. Stop our complicity in funding genocide. I can't bear the thought of having the blood of 30,000 dead civilians, 13,000 of which are children, on my conscience or the conscience of my town. One day, we're going to look back on this moment and we're going to be appalled that we didn't do more. Your children, your grandchildren are going to look back on this moment and be appalled that we didn't do more. I'm urging you to be on the right side of history by joining our sister cities of Carrboro and Durham and calling for an immediate and permanent ceasefire. Be leaders, show Raleigh that we are better than them. Show them that we are not only the peak of good living for ourselves, but that we are the peak of good living for more, and that we stand for more. As citizens, we need you to step up and represent what is right. Call for an end to the violence and an end to our complicity in the war machine decimating the Palestinian people. Please vote for a ceasefire. Divest from Israel. Save Gaza and its children. Free Palestine.
Thank you. Dawn Cozzolino, please.
Dawn Cozzolino, 3632 Bosco Road. Good evening, everyone. I ask tonight that there be follow-ups from the town council members that speak at this, to those that speak at this public forum. We, the people, do count. We need to be acknowledged for our concerns and have a dialogue which results in next steps and actions to pursue a solution to our concerns. Our concerns are not minor. They have a great impact on our daily lives because a lot of these concerns are projects that are eminent domain, means taking of our properties. Just because we don't have elected officials representing us, that's the New Hill Friendship Communities, it's not an excuse to ignore us. Our community is strongly united. I hold up a petition opposing a partial release of the Little Beaver Creek Conservation Easement. This was signed by over 65 property owners. While there's been acknowledgement by Planning Board and Town Council of the land use map change, we still are moving forward with this petition. We know that behind the scenes there's been a lot done by the government of Apex working on this project and others. And this is the question I bring to you tonight. It's really about the Western Big Branch in Forest, Maine, a similar project. And the question is, how can we be making this forum, open house, these meetings available to others outside of our community? We're giving them a say about our homesteads. How can we allow people that don't know what a well or septic system even are to have a major say in eminent domain projects? I feel this is discriminatory and irresponsible, and definitely would lead to bias. I believe also that Apex has a desired outcome, doesn't want to hear other beneficial proposals. And I hope that's not the case. Could you work with us and reach out? When we reach out to you, it's a monologue here. It's very hard to come up here and not have a dialogue about very, very serious matters. I provided to Alan my personal email and phone number, and I look forward to talking with you. Please reach out. Thank you.
Okay, that closes out our public forum. Thank you to all who came out to speak tonight. We'll move now into public hearings. We have our first public hearing 3, annexation number 776, presented tonight by Planning Director Diane Ken.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Our first annexation is number 773 at 1075 South Hughes Street. It is 3.431 acres located kind of in the southeastern part of town. You can see that it's across the street from Walmart in Cambridge Village on the Apex Peakway and Hughes Street. They are requesting annexation in order to get approval of their construction plans, and staff does recommend approval.
Thank you so much. Any questions for Ms. Kim? All right, hearing none. We'll go ahead and open up the public hearing for comment. No one has signed up. We'll close public hearing. It's back to council for a possible motion to approve.
Make a motion to approve.
Motion Zegerman.
Second.
Second. Gant. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries unanimously. Public hearing 2, annexation number 775.
All right, this is at 1133 Twin Creek Road. This is in the northern section of town. And this property is a single-family home. They have requested annexation due to a well failure. Staff does recommend approval.
Questions for Ms. Kim? Hearing none. I'll open up public hearing for comment. No one has signed up to speak. Public hearing is closed for comment. It's back to council. Is there a motion?
Motion approved.
Second.
All right, motion Mahaffey, second Gray. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? All right, passed unanimously. Now public hearing 3. Ms. Ken again.
All right, so this is the Sundance of North Carolina LLC on Salem Church Road, also northeast portion of town. This was a rezoning that you recently saw, and they have completed their, or they're getting close to completing their construction plans, 2.9 acres. This was Mr. Helton's project, you may recall. And so we are recommending approval.
Okay, thank you. Questions? All right, hearing none. Open up public hearing for this item. No one has signed up to speak. It's closed. Is there a motion to approve?
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion Zegerman, second. Mayor Pro Tem Gray. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? All right, motion carries unanimously. All right. Thank you, Ms. Ken. Public hearing 4, rezoning case 23, CZ 17. Presented tonight by Senior Planner Liz Lofton.
Okay. Good evening. This is rezoning case 23 CZ 17 at Herbert Street, which is located near downtown. And the intent of this rezoning is to expand and provide flexibility for redevelopment of the corner at East Williams and South Hughes Street. The property is currently vacant and located on the east side of Herbert Street. The property is currently zoned medium density and is in the small town character overlay district. The applicant is proposing to rezone to neighborhood business conditional zoning. 5 properties at this corner are already zoned neighborhood business. The 2045 land use map designates the property as medium density residential, and the proposed rezoning to neighborhood business is not consistent with the land use map designation. If the proposed rezoning is approved, the land use map will automatically be amended to commercial services per state law. This classification is consistent with the land use classifications of the properties to the north. A full list of the proposed uses can be found on page 2 of the staff report, and they include office, medical, or dental, retail general, grocery general. The applicant held 2 neighborhood meetings, the first on July 21st and the second on August 28th. The applicant is proposing 4 zoning conditions. The first and second are standard architectural zoning conditions. The third zoning condition is to provide a 6-foot privacy fence between the non-residential and the residential lots. The fourth will address concerns about access to Herbert Street. No vehicular access shall be allowed on Herbert Street except for vehicular emergency vehicles. This was exempt from meeting with the Apex Environmental Advisory Board since the property is in the Small Town Character Overlay District. Planning staff does recommend approval because it will expand the area available for non-residential development, which will provide flexibility for redevelopment of the corner, will restrict vehicular access on Herbert Street, and provide a 6-foot privacy fence between the commercial and residential lots. The planning board held a public hearing on February 12th and unanimously recommended approval with the conditions as proposed by the applicant. And myself and the applicant are here to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lofton. Any questions?
I have a question. So if traffic from Herbert Street is prohibited to access that particular lot, is it still allowed for the other lots that are closer to William Street? Or is there no access to that entire lot, set of 6 lots?
It would only be for the non-residential development.
Okay. And so in that case, the only access to this collection of lots is the existing driveway into a currently vacant, off of, what is that, Hughes Street?
Mason.
No. Is that Mason Street?
This is Hughes Street here?
Hughes Street, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
So currently the only access to this parcel was from Herbert Street.
Right, and so I guess there's a question maybe for traffic engineer. So that driveway, the offset from the intersection there and the lights that are there, is that enough of a space to allow commercial development and access to that entire set of properties?
Yeah, we've discussed with NCDOT some years back. There was a previous applicant that was in here looking at developing that area, and it appears that we'd be okay with a right in, right out on Hughes Street, that we can provide sufficient distance there. And there was discussion also about a right in, right out, or possibly a right in only off of NC 55 as well to access that development area.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Any other questions? All right, Ms. Lofton, the applicant does not wish to speak, or do you want to speak?
Good evening, Council. I'm Russell Coppersedo with Salem Street Realty. I'm the broker and the applicant for this rezoning request for 0 Herbert Street. The main purpose of doing this is to get this to match the other lots that the owner already has in that area, so it can be further developed to be used. We've met with neighbors along the way, and to address some of their concerns, we've agreed to put up a privacy fence on the one side to restrict the vehicle flow for regular vehicles on Herbert Street, and to just have this area kind of included so it can be developed and kind of grow that area a little bit more.
Okay. Thanks, Ms. Carpacito. Any questions for?
Would there be any kind of pedestrian access from Herbert into the development? Have you thought about that?
It's the lot's not going to be walled off, but any other site plans or development further from that would be up to kind of how things progress with how it's used later.
But a possible sidewalk that would connect to Herbert might be an option?
That would be up to the site plan as it comes for whatever it gets used for. It's not something that has been turned down or shot down at all.
Okay.
Any other questions? All right, thank you. I see Mr. Roach nodding your head. You good? Okay. All right. Okay. Let's open up the public hearing for comments, and looks like Mr. Carpacito, you spoke already, so we're good. So we'll close public hearing for comment, and it's back to council for a possible motion.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve, Mahaffey. Second, Killingsworth. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? All right, passes unanimously. All right, public hearing 5, rezoning case number 23CZ23. Saunders Street parking lot.
Okay, so this is a town rezoning, so I will be representing staff and Russell will be representing the applicant in this case. So we'll be splitting the presentation. This property is located downtown, and the intent of this rezoning is to expand the area available for public parking downtown in accordance with the downtown master plan. The site does contain 3 properties located on the north side of Saunders Street, across from the police station. The properties are currently zoned medium density residential and mixed office residential retail conditional zoning, and are in the small town character overlay district. The applicant is proposing to rezone to downtown business conditional zoning. The 2045 land use map designates the properties as mixed use, commercial services, office employment, medium density, and the proposed rezoning is consistent with the land use map designation. A full list of the proposed uses can be found on page 2 of the staff report and include government service and public parking lot. In October, the town recently acquired 215 Templeton Street. The boundary is outlined in white, and we currently do not have plans for this property, and the applicant is proposing a 7-foot privacy fence, which is represented as the blue line on this slide when the property is developed. Planning staff does recommend approval because it will be expand the area available for public parking in accordance to the downtown plan and will provide a privacy fence. The planning board held a public hearing on February 12th and voted 7-1 to recommend approval with the conditions as presented, plus additional condition to not wait on installation of the proposed fence. And I will turn the rest of the presentation over to Russell.
Good evening. On this slide, this helps to illustrate the proposed plan for the Saunders lot. It may have been some time since you've seen the layout for that. This is our current conceptual plan as we're wrapping up final design. One thing that's changed since the public hearing where we discussed the schematic designs is in the southwest corner. We've added a bioretention stormwater control measure in that area. We did lose around 14 parking spaces because of that addition, but it was necessary for stormwater. So we still got a large parking yield with this, which we'll discuss later. And also, this helps to illustrate the location of the proposed fence. It would be a zoning condition required with a future site plan on that lot, and shows the area, the offset between the proposed parking lot and where that fence would go. This is a picture of that northern boundary of the former Williams property. So this is looking toward the east. You can see behind the Williams house the privacy fence they've installed along the side, and then along the back property line, one of the owners has installed their own privacy fence. In that area, the reason we recommend the fence not go in until a future site plan is because we haven't gone in and done a full tree survey and figured out what the impacts are going to be and where the fence needs to be in that area, and we prefer to wait until that site plan's done, and not and the zoning condition would defer that until a site plan comes forward for this lot. And this is the looking west along that northern property boundary along the property the town acquired from the Williams. And keep in mind, this is February, so it will green up quite a bit, you know, in springtime. So. To give you some information on the background for where this project came from, I did want to go through this because there were a lot of questions from the public, obviously, questions at planning board that went outside of what typical zoning would involve. But this process is a little bit different. Typically, the zoning would come well before the site plan and the final plans for this project leading us into construction. But during this time, the town had to acquire 2 parcels and we picked up a third. So we couldn't propose rezoning until those properties were acquired. Since they were just acquired recently, we were able to proceed with the process for rezoning. That's why it's coming so late after final design has been well underway. So in 2019, we adopted our downtown master plan and parking study through extensive public involvement. We identified top 10 projects with that. Number 4 was at a net gain of 200 parking spaces within a 5-minute walk and 100 within a 3-minute walk. Hence the parking we're adding here with our proposed Saunders lot expansion. In 2020, this was almost a year later, we started final design for our downtown design projects. We grouped projects together, so in addition to the Saunders lot, we had the Salem streetscape with the Saunders gathering space on the corner, and we also had upgrade plans for Seaboard and Commerce. This allowed us to hire one consultant to efficiently complete all of these plans and conduct public involvement at the same time. Then from that, in 2021, we began our public outreach as we worked toward final design. So we had focus group meetings in January, conducted a public survey in March. In May, we had a public workshop. And then over to the side of the slide, you'll see that, that image with the different projects. That was a board that we shared at Peak Fest that year. Also down toward the bottom, it showed the it shows the website that we were using at that time to conduct public outreach and where we had our online survey. Then in June, we had a town council work session where we introduced the schematic designs. And then the decision on the schematic designs was deferred to an August town council special meeting where a public hearing was held. In 2022, we conducted a parking mitigation survey because we knew there would be disruption to downtown parking during the construction of the Saunders lot and construction of all the projects, in fact. And then in December, we held our final design right-of-way meetings and open house. So you can see on this slide, we had a number of stations at that open house. We displayed our final design projects. We had exhibits and visualizations for that. We had a really nice animation of the downtown streetscape in its final configuration. We had a station on parking mitigation and our Go Apex bus route. We had a station on transit-oriented development study that was underway by NCDOT and has since been concluded. We also had a station on our wayfinding program and various pedestrian projects around town where we're adding sidewalks. In addition to that information below that, we were sharing at that time mitigation strategies that were underway. So we did have that information as we were still collecting and proceeding with other possible mitigation strategies as well. So in 2023, we began the rezoning once we acquired the properties. Our first neighborhood meeting was held in November. Our second neighborhood meeting was held this year in January. We brought this forward to Planning Board, as you heard, in February. And since that time, on the 19th, we did hold a downtown parking mitigation public meeting. We met with business owners. We're continuing to gather input on parking mitigation, solutions for that. That is an ongoing process. And there's currently a survey out for that information. Currently, we're hearing the rezoning tonight, and we do plan to construct the Saunders Street parking lot expansion. Current estimate is to begin in June, roughly an 8-month construction period that would wrap up in February of next year. This is a table showing parking that has been completed and then the difference with our future projects and how that affects our parking totals. So again, the number 4 of the top 10 projects in the Downtown Master Plan Parking Study. So Seaboard Street parking that we added along CSX railroad tracks, that was complete. That was 48 paved spaces that were added. We did have some feedback about that addition that people were already parking there, and I do understand that. But keep in mind that parking there before was not considered legal parking. It was parking in CSX right away in the dirt. Those weren't paved spaces. The town did pave and formalize the spaces. We entered into agreement with CSX to guarantee the use of those spaces. The Moore Street lot we just finished, we have 72 standard spaces and 1 accessible space. So that's certainly helped our parking count. And we've done a number of on-street marked parking areas. There were cars previously parked in some of those areas, but we have formalized those spaces. In some cases, we've been able to add parking yield because our typical parking ordinances require further offsets from things like fire hydrants and driveways. When we're able to stripe the spaces, we can reduce some of those distances and maximize parking yield on street. And then, as you can see, the Saunders Street parking lot expansion, that's adding 145 additional spaces, and we're adding another 7 accessible spaces in that lot. Below that are future projects. So the Salem Streetscape, Saunders Gathering Space, there's a net loss of spaces you can see from that. Seaboard Street improvements in the Peak project, there's a net loss of standard spaces, but there's a net gain of accessible spaces. And then Commerce Street improvements, even though we're adding spaces, we're taking away private areas where there are currently parking spaces, so that's a net 0 but we're adding 2 accessible spaces to that area. So concerning our site plan, which again, these are not zoning conditions, these are specific to the site plan to give you an idea of how we're phasing construction and the parking mitigation incorporated into what we're doing with the Saunders lot. We will expand from 240 to 392 spaces. Our plans include keeping 144 out of those 240 spaces available during construction, which is going to require some phasing with the contractor to move those around. It's a plan for 80 spaces and a temporary gravel expansion that would shift south when the contractor's ready to switch construction. We would keep the 26 spaces north of Templeton Street and 38 more along that side row until final lift of asphalt. So those would be available throughout most of construction. We also received some input about concerns about construction workers taking up some of the public parking. So our plan would include temporary gravel for construction worker parking to keep to have a designated area to use for those spaces. We also would have weekly construction updates. So ahead of time, the contractor would be required to inform the town about what their upcoming schedule is going to be for the week, so we can get that information out to the public and they know what to expect. And finally, we would implement additional parking mitigation plans, and that discussion is underway for additional parking mitigation strategies. Some of those have implications for ordinances and enforcement. Others of those may be a cost implication that has to be discussed. And I believe that is it. So if you have any questions, I can answer questions, or I can answer after the public discussion.
Russell, have you estimated how much time added to the construction, the phasing, actually is causing?
That's a difficult question, because I think what I've asked my consultant is like, what is a reasonable time frame to get this parking lot accomplished? We feel like 8 months is a reasonable time frame. If you didn't do the phase construction, there might be a practical way to squeeze that, but it depends on. Contractors will bid on it understanding what the constraints are. So the more constraints we put on it, it could potentially raise the cost of the bids the contractor has to account for. And if we squeeze the time too much, it could rule out, maybe it's either increasing the cost or could rule out other contractors from wanting to bid on the project if it's just too aggressive of a schedule. So I don't necessarily think the phasing adds a lot of time to it, but it's possible that a contractor could get it done a little bit faster if they didn't have to phase it.
Okay, thank you.
What would you say is the most effective way to incentivize contractors to move quickly? Because we had the suggestion that we should, and it was in the list on the meeting on Monday, to penalize contractors for a day over, and I understand that. But thinking about that, I'm concerned that actually might incentivize contractors on the front end to pad their estimates for how long it's going to take. If you know what I mean. Like if we say, we're going to penalize you for phasing, or not phasing. If we're going to penalize you for going over, then suddenly what we think is an 8-month project, they might look at it and say, well, that's definitely going to take 9 months or 10 months because they don't want to take the penalty. So I guess what I'm saying is we do want to incentivize it to go as fast as possible, but I don't want to accidentally shoot ourselves in the foot by doing something which sounds like a good idea, but in practice might actually cause more delays. So do you have any feedback about what's the best way for us to structure this bid such that contractors are incentivized to move as fast, as efficiently as possible?
I mean, setting a reasonable construction time frame is the first. So again, we've talked to our consultant. We feel like 8 months is reasonable. I have asked them to check on potentially faster timeline, but there are a lot of concerns with that. And we're going to talk to some contractors potentially about what their thoughts are based on the scope of the project, because there are a lot of elements to this that people don't realize that are grading, underground storm cells. You know, you've got a lot of different things that are involved with this design. Liquidated damages are typical for a construction project if contractors go over, but you can also award contractors for finishing ahead of schedule as well, which can be built into the contract. So,
in those documents we're given updates of our projects in town, it does seem like most of them are not on schedule, and it gives the reasons, and usually the reasons are good, like, you know, there's a shortage of whatever, or weather is a common one I've noticed. So like, it seems to me like 8 months maybe is great, but like if it matches what we've seen in past projects, it might be more like 12 months. or 10 months. I'm not sure the number, but like it just seems common in our recently, and like things like weather, it seems like a wet winter would cause havoc across the whole schedule. And I'm wondering, is that observation of mine that things have gotten delayed a lot of times unwarranted or not for this project?
But weather certainly could be a delay, and it depends on the project you're talking about. I mean, other things can certainly contribute to delays as well, depending on what the project is. Particularly, I mean, when we're talking about road projects, sometimes unforeseen utility issues can delay a project, or even utility issues they anticipate, but you run into other issues that, maybe they just aren't responding in time or slow it down. Things happen during construction sometimes that can delay a project that aren't necessarily weather related.
Okay.
Mr. Dalton, could you just speak briefly to the Seaboard Street parking? Because I know that there was some conversations at the public meeting about, those spots kind of not really adding to the equation. But it's my understanding that we didn't actually own that property, so there were some steps taken to make sure we could safeguard that. Can you speak to that? I know you touched on it briefly, but I think it's an important piece to understand in this larger discussion.
Yeah, so the parking that was occurring on CSX Railroad right away before, yeah, I mean, in effect, that was parking on private property, so none of that parking was guaranteed. I think CSX, tolerated that to some extent, but at any time they could say, get off our property. You're not supposed to park.
So now we're essentially in a leasehold with them, where we've got the ability to maintain and control that parking now.
Correct, and it's paved parking. It's not parking on gravel or dirt surface that's subject to weather conditions and other things. It wasn't really a suitable parking lot before. But again, there was parking occurring back there. It didn't appear to be to the extent that we have today with the number of spaces we've added. We certainly made it more efficient, formalized it, paved it.
Can we go, sorry.
Oh, I was saying thank you.
Back to the above ground retention pond that you mentioned. The initial plans that I saw were for underground retention for the project. So what happened that we have to have an above ground retention pond here?
I am not a stormwater expert. I can get you an answer to that, but I won't be able to provide it tonight. In fact, at one point we looked at potentially having to do the above ground SCM and underground, and since that time they've done additional investigation to see that we can get away with just doing the above ground. I think there were issues with doing just underground detention by itself.
Okay.
We're also trying to accommodate future stormwater runoff from possible development of the Williams lot as well, so that above ground SCM helps with that.
All right. Any other questions for Mr. Dalton? Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Okay, let's open up the public hearing for comment, and we'll start with the first speaker tonight, Cynthia Mollenkoff. Give your name and address for the record, please. Thanks.
Sure. Good evening. My name is Cynthia Mollenkoff. I'm the owner of Cocoon Gallery at 221 North Salem Street. I spoke on behalf of many downtown businesses at the planning board meeting, the content of which I sent to each of you along with the YouTube links. I detailed the destructive impact of having the Saunders lot under construction during the holiday season, no matter the number of parking mitigation efforts, and then shared some mitigation suggestions. I am hopeful that you all have found time to read it or watch it, so I won't repeat all that now. But I will say that it was a fact-based, logical, and reasonable argument for the January 2025 start date for the construction that I don't believe has swayed some of the members of the council. So I'd like to add a few comments. 2 years ago, at one of the public meetings that Russell mentioned, I expressed my concern to some of the council members about the expected length of construction time for the lot and the need to avoid holiday season. That concern has been ignored. Nowhere in the downtown plan does it say sacrifice the future of the current retail businesses and the investments they have already made in downtown in the process of implementing this plan. Nor does it say sacrifice the livelihoods of employers, employees, vendors, and landlords to implement this plan. Nor does it say the execution of the plan is more important than the people and the businesses and the downtown that it is meant to improve. The downtown businesses were not the ones that held up the negotiation to acquire the land, nor were we the ones who chose not to take advantage of a public-private partnership to build a parking deck, nor were we the ones who made a deal with one developer at the expense of all the other business owners. So we shouldn't be the ones to pay the price for the town's delays. No matter when you start the construction, our businesses will face financial challenges, but we are willing to do this for the long-term benefit of downtown Apex. But please don't put us out of business over a small delay. There is plenty of that the town staff can be doing the rest of the year and during construction to prepare for and implement other aspects of the plan. I don't want to believe that you don't care about our businesses. So instead, I am left to assume you don't believe there will be a negative impact from the lot construction. If that is the case, then bet on it financially. If you proceed in June with 8 months of construction in the Saunders lot, commit to the downtown businesses that the town will make up the difference between our 2024 holiday sales and those of 2023. Or amend the proposed zoning to include a start date of January 2025. Thank you.
Did you hear that, Town Council?
Hey, hold it down, please. I need for everyone to remain orderly, please. I need to hear everyone, and we're trying to listen. Mr. Mekas.
Mayor, members of the Town Council, I'm Doug Mekas. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. I stand before you wearing two hats. My first hat, that of a small businessman in Apex, North Carolina since 1977, when I became a partner in the Apex Veterinary Hospital on East William Street. During my 29 years there, my partners and I were privileged to serve this community and surrounding counties to meet the needs of critters, large and small. We expanded our veterinary practice into other surrounding communities, and at one time had over 75 employees. So I stand here knowing full well what is required to meet a payroll, to pay for products and supplies necessary to operate a business, and to provide our services to the public. Even after leaving the practice of veterinary medicine, I remain invested in Apex business community. Most importantly, the Salem Street corridor at 221-223 North Salem Street. The building which Georgia, my wife, and I co-own with Stuart Jones and other members of Jones Canosing Engineering. In preparing for this meeting, I spent some time with tenants of our building and with other small business owners up and down Salem Street. While all concerned look forward to what is likely the first step in addressing parking issues downtown, there is significant concern about the project and how it will unfold. And given my small business experiences, I am fully empathetic to their concerns. As I stated in a note to you all last week, Russell Dalton has done yeoman's work in laying out steps to ensure additional parking during construction and planning for a phased approach to the construction of the Saunders Street lot. However, there's considerable angst up and down the street about the timing of the project. The impact of the effective loss of so much available parking during the Christmas season is of great concern to the downtown business community. Now, my second hat, that of former Apex Town Board member from 1995 to 2005. After almost 10 years serving in that role, I stepped down from the board in 2005 to begin a new adventure in Washington, D.C. While George and I were excited about our future, we were saddened to leave behind this wonderful community, even though we knew we would return, and we did 9 years later. As I prepared to leave, I submitted a letter to the Apex Herald, no longer in publication, obviously, and thanked the community for the privilege of allowing me to care for their various critters over the years and for the opportunity I'd had to serve on the town board for those years. It's at the end of my time. I felt the decisions that we made during that time were always in the best interest of Apex. Given that experience, I suggest the town council this evening that it's not in the best interest to begin the South Saunders Street construction this spring. It's not in the best interest to have empty businesses that fail because there's no access to their businesses over the Christmas holidays. And it's certainly not in the best interest of Apex to be perceived as lacking in support for downtown business community. It is, after all, the downtown that contributes mightily to the remarkable character of this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nichols. Thank you. Andrew Working.
Good evening. My name is Andrew Working. My wife Heather and I own Working Design and Decor, 117 North Salem. As a downtown business owner, my wife and I have an obvious vested interest in the goings-on downtown, particularly as it relates to commerce, transit, accessibility, and parking. Our interests are Apex interests. We want, and we work very hard to realize, a downtown that's open for business, offers a healthy mix of retail, restaurants, service businesses, activity venues, and public art. Simply stated, we want a vibrant, prosperous, and expanding downtown business district. It has always been and always will be the heart of Apex. That said, we're currently deeply concerned. While we commend the town for pushing forward with the downtown plan, it's clear that the current plan to expand Saunders lot falls far short of meeting the current needs for parking in downtown Apex, let alone our parking needs in the future. Over the past months, we've heard countless town staff and council members refer to a parking study that's more than 5 years old, and stating that we currently have a parking surplus downtown and that after completion of the Saunders lot project, before you for approval tonight, we'll have a parking surplus downtown. Apex has exploded in growth over the past 5 years, 45% based on the town's own numbers from your planning department in terms of number of vehicles registered in town of Apex and the number of people that have come here in the 5 years that have elapsed since the completion of that study. We hear every day from our patrons, the ones that do make it into our shop because they did manage to find a spot. We hear from them how difficult it is to find a place downtown. Just yesterday morning, just after 11 o'clock, I had to go into the Mule Exchange building to do some business. It took me over 5 minutes riding around, and I finally got a spot at the back edge of the gravel lot in that Saunders lot on a Monday morning. So I would invite all of you to think about your experience in trying to go downtown and trying to find a place to park when you make your decision tonight. You know, others have mentioned an agreement that recently came to light between certain members of this council and town staff with the developer of the Highline building, guaranteeing a certain number of spots in the Saunders lot. In light of that, and in light of the fact that many of you and many town staff have, while knowing about this agreement, told other small business owners downtown that spots couldn't be allocated for a particular purpose or to a particular business because they belong to the taxpayers of Apex. In light of that, I recommend that the town not approve zoning on this lot tonight, such that we may consider a solution that's more appropriate for current and future parking needs and more fair for the small business owners downtown that make up the heart of this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Working. Okay, Michelle McHenry. Ms. McHenry, you have indicated you have 4 more people here tonight. Is that
I do,
correct?
other neighbors.
Okay, so 1, 2. How many do we have? All right, I see 4.
So
Okay.
therefore, I'm 5. Yes.
You have 9 minutes.
Okay, wait.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you. I'm speaking as a resident of Brittany Trace, and I want to speak specifically to the backyard. We're talking the former Williams property. So I'm not talking about the parking lot and the parking study, but just this residential lot. So as a resident of Brittany Trace, I respectfully ask the town council at this time to not rezone the former Williams property. It is already zoned government service, park active, park passive. We ask it not be rezoned to B2CZ. We ask the town council to separate the former Williams property from the present plans for rezoning the other parcels. The town can redo the present parking lot without rezoning the former Williams property. In fact, all site plans to redo this present parking lot does not involve the former Williams property at all. The town seeks to gain 152 parking spaces by redoing this present parking lot. The former Williams property does not need to be rezoned to become a parking lot in the future. We were told it would only yield about 30 parking spaces. I respectfully ask, when did the town of Apex start buying people's backyards to turn into parking lots? Parking lots with less than 30 parking spaces. Yes, we are only 5 to 6 property owners whose backyards will be affected. We are all the people here along that blue line. How would you feel if the town turned your neighbor's backyard into a parking lot, a beautiful green backyard given up for maybe 30 parking spaces? We ask for this former Williams property to remain park active, park passive. It is already zoned, does not require any rezoning. Because it's already rezoned, park active, park passive, we ask for any development decision on this property to be some type of park or green space. Apex would greatly benefit from a green space downtown. This former backyard would be a lovely spot for a rose garden, a sunflower field, a wildflower field, a quiet contemplation space with a walking labyrinth, a meditation spot, a community garden, a place for photographs, or any or all of the above. It would be a nice gesture to make it a memorial to Stephen Errol Williams, as it was his former backyard. With all the mental health issues people are experiencing in our day, a quiet downtown green space would be a wonderful addition to our town. A privacy wall that would be built to buffer the Brittany Trace residents could be painted with a lovely, thoughtful mural. The Williams house is the oldest residence in the town of Apex. It is presently surrounded by parking on 3 sides. How sad to have it completely surrounded by parking lots. We are asking the former Williams property, the backyard here I'm speaking of, not to be turned into a parking lot in the future, and at this time we specifically ask for it not to be rezoned. At what time it will be decided to be developed, we ask that all mature trees be preserved. We ask for a buffer between the former Williams property and the Brittany Trace residence. We ask for screening plantings between the former Williams property and Brittany Trace residence. We ask for more than the 7-foot tall privacy fence. We are very thankful to the planning board who approved the fence now rather than later. If water and sewer extensions would be necessary to make this former Williams property a park, we accept that. So thank you.
Thank you. Jim Bishop.
Council members, my name is Jim Bishop. I'm with my wife and we own Sawdust and Clay downtown next to Common Grounds Coffee Shop. Cynthia pretty much said what I wanted to say, but I just wanted to add something on a personal note. At least 5 times a week, I have customers say, this is a great place to come and buy gifts for Christmas. So if there is limited parking and they cannot shop in our shop during Christmas time, that's revenue gone. And you guys have the power to help us succeed with many challenges that small businesses face all the time. Anything you guys can do to help us is so appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Jack.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Jack Otepka. My wife and I own 621 Productions at 118 North Salem, and we also now own Alleyway Bookstore at 116 North Salem. Obviously, we're invested in Apex. I'm here to support my fellow downtown businesses that have spoken, and my wife and I support everything that was written by email to the council by Cynthia Melankoff. It was very well said. We appreciate her for doing that. We would ask the council to consider with heavy weight the concerns and mitigation measures that the downtown businesses have presented. It's our livelihoods and our businesses are our lives. We're asking that the construction of the Saunders Street lot be started in January 2025 and not to interfere with the business's fourth quarters. The holiday season is everything to all of us, no matter what kind of businesses we have. The opening of the bookstore, many positive social media comments came in. We're very excited to be able to have it downtown. One comment that did stand out to us in all of the social media comments: a used bookstore back in Apex. That's amazing. Is parking in Apex still a nightmare? True story. I have spoken before to the council a few times about downtown parking when the issue has arisen. As I have stated here before, my concerns mostly are with the handicapped and the elderly. A lot of my clients are elderly. I just am always worried about what the situation will be for them and the handicapped. So please consider the needs as you decide the final plans. Help make Apex more ADA accessible. And thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Jack. Appreciate it. Nikki Klein.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Mickey Klein, and I'm a resident of Brittany Trace, and I definitely back everything that Michelle said. I did want to add just a little bit of personal commentary to it, as we have lived in Apex for over 19 years. When we bought our house, behind our house was the cornfields and Renata's lawn, which Nicholas used to run and play with his dogs on when he was a baby. And we've asked to buy that William Street property many times. I've sent letters to them. I've talked to them in the street. So it was completely surprised when we found out the town had purchased it and wanted to pull it down to put a parking lot. So I just wanted to share what the back of our house means to us. When we looked outside during COVID, my husband and I sat there and we listened to the trees go back and forth and crack. They talked to each other. We listened to the hawks as they were, going after their prey. We enjoy that beautiful, and I know it's a parking lot now, but there is tons of trees and livelihood back there. So just the thought that that is going to be pulled down to be a 7-foot wood wall just breaks my heart. Even with the gravel parking lot there, we still have a ton of people come in and out of our backyards all the time. We hear the wheelies in the back of our yard. We hear music playing. We hear car alarms. There are people hanging out in the middle of the lot in the middle of the night. We have the pig fest that comes in and they're parked back there for the whole weekend. And none of that deters us. We are excited to live here in Apex, but the idea that at the very back of our property is now going to be a wood fence with cars right there is just heartbreaking. And so I would urge Apex Town Council that there are many things that we can do back there, many that Michelle listed off as well, such as our historical area, a garden, etc. So just please think about it being your property, and we want Apex to thrive, but I'm sure there are many opportunities that we can work together on. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Klein. Kyle Dennis.
Mr. Mayor, Council, my name's Kyle Dennis. I live at 408 Grove Street in downtown Apex. I also own Apex Outfitter in Mission Market. I also own Peak City Properties and Investments that manages 225 North Salem Street, which is the Tobacco Mule and Exchange building. Parking in downtown Apex, more parking is a great thing. We all know that. But what Cynthia said tonight, I back 100%. We going into this season, we've waited 5 years for this plan to come out. A lot of us were on this board in 2019, spent hundreds of hours of work on this. And now, with very little communication, we're jumping at this. Okay, great. But we're not thinking about what are the repercussions. The repercussions are 35% of my business happens in Q4. So I have ordered all of my inventory over a year in advance. I can't go change that. And now Q4, all of a sudden I have to plan for this. I mean, it could be devastating to my business. It could be devastating to most people's businesses. And that's why we're all here. I think waiting until January 25 is not like an incredibly insane idea. I'm asking you guys this because it's your responsibility to look out for us and not town staff. It's us. We elect you guys, and we need you guys to look out for us, who made downtown Apex what it is today. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Finn. All right. That's the last speaker. Closes public hearing for comment, and it's now time for discussion on the item. Just want to start out by saying I really appreciate everyone who came out to speak. And you know, I often say I don't know how to run your business. I will never tell you how to run your business. And I do hear you when you present that this will significantly impact your business, and I am concerned. But I know this is a big discussion, and I want to thank staff for all their contributions to this as well. I know there's a lot of moving parts, and this is a tough call. But I just want to open it up right now for discussion on the item and get to a decision.
Can I start with the Williams property? We purchased that. We wanted to keep our options open, but I think our intent was not to pave that part of the property. I would be open to an amendment to the motion to exclude the Williams property from the rezoning because it gives us the zoning already that we would be looking for this particular corner.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman Zieglerman.
I don't think that's possible. We'd have to rezone. We'd have to restart the process, right? Have to have another neighborhood meeting if the bounds of the zoning change. Isn't that right? Look at staff. Or could we modify the bounds right now? Like I thought that we've had cases before where we've talked about amendments and you'd have to go back.
No, if you are reducing it, you can just move forward with, but we'd have to have a new ordinance that had the correct information on it, but it could still be voted on.
Correct, and I did want to be clear, and it's certainly within your decision to do that, but we did include park active, park passive, and government service on all three land uses in addition to public parking in the event that you did rezone, and you would still have options for those land uses if and when you want to move forward with the site plan. We're currently not working on a parking lot plan or any plan for the Williams lot for any kind of permanent use up there.
And to be clear, we've had some conversations, you and I haven't, but I've had some conversations with staff about possibilities, and we haven't talked about paving it. Like, it's possible, but we've talked about some sort of, I don't know if like a rose garden came up specifically, but some sort of public use in the area because we didn't want to restart the whole process again and redesign the process. So I sort of out there, I know, so as of now, nothing's going to happen to the property. And I heard some objections to the 7-foot fence, which I understand, but I'm not sure what to do about that. I thought that would be helpful to the community. If they don't want to do it, we could possibly not put the fence up till later, or maybe not make a condition so it's possible but not required. If we add the fence as a zoning condition, then we would be required legally to put the fence up at some point, right?
You're correct. The current MORR-CZ zoning for the Williams lot includes a number of uses up there, including office uses that would have parking, and it does not have any zoning conditions related to buffers or fences or anything of that sort. So we certainly could. I mean, again, it's the town that's going to be engineering the plan. So it's ultimately up to council as to whether we put a fence up there or not. If you leave it out of the zoning, it provides an option.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Dalton.
Knowing that the you know, this rezoning doesn't preclude us from creating a park there, and this is already something we've, you know, in passing, you know, kind of discussed uses. I'd prefer not to change it or not to remove it from this. So we still have the ability to do what, the things that, you know, the possibilities that we talked about here. So I would prefer to keep the rezoning as it is, knowing how we're gonna potentially move forward in this area.
Okay. Anyone else want to speak to the Williams property? All right, hearing none. Any other discussion about the
discussions over the past couple of years? I mean, when you went through the timeline, we've been talking about mitigations for years. And my recollection is 2 years ago when we put forward the first mitigation plan, which didn't include phasing. It included us just shutting down and paving the lot. I remember getting a lot of angry calls and emails from people in this room demanding that we phase it, saying that's what you have to do. You can't shut the whole thing down. You have to phase it. And that was the feedback we got then. And we heard that feedback. And we came back with the next plan here, which includes phasing. And I think that was always the gold standard of how, you know, we can improve and make this plan the best. So I'll just say that, like, that was something we listened and we heard, and I think is actually really meaningful. And I'm sorry some people may not feel it that way, but we're committing to keeping over 60% of the lot open. And the spaces that are gonna go would be replaced by, first and foremost, the Moore Street lot. But secondly, we've committed to working to not have to make that parking temporary so employees don't park there. How many employees park there today? If they're not there and we're keeping 60% of the lot open, it sounds a lot better than the initial plan of closing the whole thing down, right? Like we've made progress. And I know that there's angst about this, and I understand that. I just want to say at the start that I'm really proud of what we've done and what staff has done here. I think we've worked hard on this. We're still working on it. We're not here to decide the mitigation plan. This is a rezoning with a hearing. We got feedback last Monday, we heard it, and staff said they're gonna evaluate and come back with another plan in April, another round of mitigations. So it's still in progress. So that's really the best point I want to make, is that we worked hard on the phasing. Please see that it is meaningful and that it is a movement from the initial plan, and it will help. Is it everything you want? Clearly not, or you wouldn't be here. But it's better than what we had, and I think it's meaningful. We've added parking. Other points about the delay. Who here has complete confidence in a government entity in their construction timelines? Anyone? I want the minutes to reflect no one put their hand up. An 8-month project timeline, to me, I hear 12 months from the start. And that's why I've been skeptical of the delay, is because we're being asked to fit an 8-month window into or an 8-month timeline, which every project I've seen has gone beyond the initial estimation timeline. Every single one. I hate it, and it makes me really angry. But every single one, we're batting zero on hitting those timelines. We're asked to put an 8-month proposed window into a 10-month timeline to not impact Christmas. The other part you have to understand, or I'd like to point out, is that we can't actually choose the start date down to the day. That's another estimation that involves a lot of things going right in the bidding process. There's delays that we can introduce, and then there are unknown delays that are going to come up. And we don't have the ability to say this is definitely going to start June 1st or January 1st. We can try, we can put the timeline in motion that if everything goes right, it'll hit that. We can add a buffer so it'll go longer. But it's not actually possible to guarantee that start date or to guarantee that length. And history shows start dates have slipped, they may slip again. Lengths have increased, they may increase again. Back to the phasing plan. What that adds, the value it adds there is consistency. Like, I realize it's possible that it all works out fine if we start on January 1st. That's a dice roll. The phasing plan provides some consistency where we know those spaces are going to be available. And I'll take consistency over a dice roll every time, especially a dice roll that we've lost most of the time going forward. So that's my comment there. We'll evaluate it. I'm skeptical of the ability to actually implement that if we want to do it, because we could try to bid it. A contractor's not going to take a bid today and then say, yeah, I'll start next year. They have other stuff they want to do. Like, they want to go forward when they get that contract. To implement delaying, we would have to delay the bidding until October, and the bid might fail, and then the bid doesn't happen until January. And then the contractor might come back and say, well, I can't start for 12 weeks. You know, I can't start till whenever. It may end up being that it doesn't start till next June anyway. Like, we can't predict the constraints out of our control. There's a possibility that with this current plan, it may not start till January. We may bid it and it may fail. It may get delayed for any number of reasons I can't think about. And we end up in a place where it's starting next January anyway. Like, that has been the way it's gone. And I mean, I don't mean to downplay staff's effort, but like, we work really hard on this stuff and delays happen beyond our control all the time. And we can't just, I mean, if I could guarantee that it starts January 1 and ends August 1st, like that doesn't really happen in these government projects. So I know you're in a tough spot. I know you want a solution. This phasing thing, I think, is a really good step forward. And we're going to look for other good steps forward to help you guys out. Everything we can do. So that's my comments there. I know we're not here to discuss phasing. There'll be another meeting, or sorry, the mitigations. There'll be another meeting in April, I heard about, once we get the survey feedback and for other stuff we can do. We're gonna do everything we can. So moving on, there was some discussion about an arrangement that was between the town and a business owner down there. What you saw was a letter of intent to discuss an arrangement. We never came to an arrangement. It fell through almost immediately after that letter was sent, and it came down to cost. It came down to that property owner was asking for us to provide those for free, and the town sent back, I don't know if this was covered in the emails you've seen, the town came back and said, no, we can't do that for free. Discussion stopped. As of today, there is no arrangement to provide parking for someone else. They want the arrangement, you know, and we should consider whether that's actually a good deal for the town or not, because I'll point out they're there regardless of whether they have an arrangement or not. And if we can control when they park and where they park, that might be good. And if we can get paid for it and get money to help downtown, that's something. You know, but that letter references us intending to enter a discussion to come to some agreement. Those discussions never happened. As of today, there is no agreement beyond that initial letter. It might happen, but it's not going to be a secret when it does happen, and we'll make sure if it does happen, it's in the interest of the town and of everyone involved. So I wanted to address that. There was comments on my list about a parking deck and us rejecting a public-private partnership in the area. The reason that there's no parking deck there and that we've repeatedly rejected these arrangements is because they're all terrible deals that I've seen. They've all provided less parking at a much, much higher cost. If there was a proposal which provided more parking at less cost, we would do it. But the proposals I've seen have been much, much more money and less parking. The less firm proposal I saw may have provided less parking than was out in that lot today for the low cost of $15 million and a 4 or 5 story apartment building. Parking decks in general. I want to address this again because this does come up a lot. I have never said I don't want a parking deck. I do want a parking deck. I just don't think the Saunders location turns out to be a great location for a parking deck. Part of the problem is putting a parking deck on top of an existing parking lot makes the math really, really difficult. Because you have to remove those parking spots. Parking decks have walls, they have staircases, they have ramps to go up and down, they have pillars. You can't park where those places are, so you get less net parking in the area, and you have to go higher. I don't know the exact math. We can imagine if there's 100 spaces here and you build a parking deck there, you might only get 70 spaces or something per level, and you have to go 2, 3, 4 levels. I'm not putting a massive 4 or 5 story parking deck in the middle of historic downtown Apex. I'm not willing to do that, personally. I don't think it fits the character of the area. I don't think it's good next to a neighborhood. I do think there are other locations that are good for parking decks. I think there are multiple other locations that are good for parking decks. And after we're done with this project, I do want to explore what the next step is. But I'm not against a parking deck whole cloth. I just want to make that clear. That's all that I have on my notes for now. Those are my thoughts, Mayor. I yield to my colleagues.
All right, thank you.
The other thing I want to address on the parking lot, or sorry, the parking deck, is that there's no phasing in case of a parking deck, right? So that area will be shut down for an extended period of time while that deck is being constructed, right? So that is in fact a much worse solution for the problem that we're dealing with right now. I've seen references to parking decks in Holly Springs and Cary. Again, like Councilmember Happy just pointed out, those decks actually yield less parking than what is proposed with this lot right now.
Yeah, I'll give you the number. I've been sent the article about the Cary deck multiple times from multiple people in this room. That's a 300 spot deck. This is a 400 spot lot.
I think that Councilmember Happy kind of summed up, a lot of my positions. This project is going to be disruptive, no matter what, no matter the timing, no matter when we decide to do it. Like Councilmember Gant and both Mahaffey have indicated, we're not stellar on our project timelines when it comes to these construction projects. So, even starting or trying to start in January, there's no guarantee that we won't affect the Christmas season next year. So, understand the angst, understand the frustration. I had owned a small business myself, so I can relate. But I think for where I'm sitting, first of all, we're talking about operational matters, which is not really part of the zoning condition, zoning request and zoning motion in and of itself. But that being said, there's too many variables here for us to control. My recommendation would be to move forward as fast as possible with the traffic mitigation plans and the continued dialogue that the staff has committed to take out as much of the pain as possible. One good thing about the delay in timing here is that we have had the opportunity to construct the Seaboard Street parking, the Moore Street parking, right? So there is more parking now than was originally envisioned when the original plans were laid out. So with taking down 96 parking spaces for some period of time, but on the other hand having added more than those number of spaces in other areas around downtown. I have to agree with Councilmember Mahaffey that we are in a better position now, and this is a better plan than what was originally presented to the business community. My recommendation is to move forward as fast as we can, continue the mitigation conversations, and address concerns and options as best as we can, but not further delay the project.
I'll just chime in and say I have relentlessly pushed the downtown plan every single time I can, and during COVID I was just so irritated that we couldn't build that parking when everything was shut down. It just didn't work out. But I want to do this as soon as possible, and I think it'll take 6 months or 12 months as well. And so trying to hit that line drive, I just don't think it's going to work, and we're going to affect some holiday season regardless, unfortunately, in this. So I hope not. But it may start in January anyway. If it starts in January, I bet it'll go the whole year too next year, unfortunately. But I just want to get this thing going because this downtown plan, Kyle mentioned it, is a great plan, and just trying to implement it's been a challenge, but I'm excited about the possibilities. Thanks.
Anyone else? Okay.
Well, I do want to just speak to one issue, and I think it's an important issue to speak to, which is we've heard and recognized the concerns about fourth quarter. That's legitimate. Not any person up here is going to say that it's something that isn't real. It's a topic of conversation amongst us all the time. I think a lot of that conversation ultimately led to the phasing aspect of the mitigation plan. I think it's also led to other aspects of the mitigation plan that have been there. Is it perfect? It's certainly not, but it's a number of steps to try to get this done as right as possible. And the reason why we know we got to get it right as right as possible is we know that there are livelihoods that are depending on this. I mean, we get that. And I can say with absolute confidence, there isn't one person up here who wants to see any business close for any reason, whether it's because of lack of parking, lack of inventory, lack of customers. Not one of us gets any joy out of that concept. Not one. So it is important to recognize that the idea of the fourth quarter loss is one of the things that drives us within our decision-making chain in this thing. I do think that for tonight's purposes, I'm often forced to reflect on a lesson that I learned in basic training, which was if you're going to eat an elephant, you have to do it one bite at a time. The first bite before us tonight is for the rezoning so that we can make this commitment and place these spots into a position so that we can make parking, so that we can make things a little bit easier for those who drive in downtown. But I do want to take this also as a moment to note that, this is a joint effort. Apex Baptist Church is, allow people to park there. That's a great example of neighbors helping neighbors. Within that distance of walk where they know that during a Wednesday or a Tuesday or even a Monday, they may not have as many folks at their church. They are willing to say in Great Christians Fellowship, please, we're open and we're willing. And I think that's a great example of what it's going to take for us to get through this big project. And understand, this downtown thing, this is an ambitious project. This is not small in any way, shape, or form. Mathematically, monetarily, this is a big, big deal. It's a big swing. But we know that at the end of this big swing, things are going to be better on the other side. So understand that we understand and we hear and are very concerned about the fourth quarter. But also understand that we are very concerned with quarter one and quarter two and quarter three. Because we do want y'all to not survive, thrive. With that said, I do think that as we continue to work through the mitigation plan, we'll be able to put things in place to try to not only support all of you while this is going forward, but most importantly, make sure that we are proper and appropriate custodians of the taxpayers' dollars. Because this impact, this big ambitious project, isn't just downtown. It's all of Apex. And as the mayor has oftentimes said, when we do it together, oh, y'all, come on. Mayor,
There was
you
something,
reminded me.
yeah,
You
there was
reminded
nothing we can't accomplish.
I know,
with it.
yeah.
You didn't quite do it, right?
I thought that would have landed more.
Yeah, I thought it would
I thought you had it,
have.
man.
Yeah, I know, I was there. I was trying to get there. It's a late night. I'm sure people are tired. I
I don't
get
think
it.
that's it.
Yeah. That's
So-
all I want to say as to that.
There's, I echo what my colleagues have said. Everybody hears what you're saying. We hear there's concern, quite a lot of concern about this. We also know that there was a lot of effort put into it up to this point. There was a lot of discussions being had, and we appreciate the time and effort for y'all coming out and telling us what you think, because you spent extra time doing that. My thought goes back to what's before us right now, which is a rezoning case for this area. And like my colleague said, we'll be talking about specifics with mitigation at a different time, based on input that we've gotten from you, and hopefully make this as painless as we possibly can. So right now, I would say I'd like to make a motion to approve the rezoning.
Okay, motion to approve, Killersworth.
Second.
Second. Gant. Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Wait, no, I was gonna make some more comments. Well, it's fine. I'm sorry, Mayor. We do it again?
We do.
Okay.
Yeah.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, passed unanimously. All right, we'll move to.
Can we take a break?
Are you ready to
Mayor,
take a break?
can we take a sec break?
Absolutely. All right, let's take a recess. Let's go to 8:20, back at 8:20. We'll recess to
20? 15?
8:15?
15?
8:15, all right, 8:15, all right. I'm trying to give y'all extra time. We'll move to the next item, public hearing 6. Unified Development Ordinance UDO Amendments, traffic calming. Sajid Hassan. Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Council. Sajid Hassan, Traffic Safety Engineer for the town of Apex. This presentation will be an overview of the traffic calming policy, which also includes our current policy, our review and comparison of other traffic calming policies, as well as our proposed amendments to the UDO. Purpose of this is that to update the language that we have, as there's been change over the past several years with our organization, the standards and criteria that we use, and also trying to streamline the process for anyone who requests traffic calming. So review our traffic calming program. Traffic calming is our methods of trying to maintain speeds, especially in like residential neighborhoods. There might be high risk of pedestrians and other type of vulnerable road users. So the requirements of traffic calming is provided in our UDO 7.2.1.L. This was last updated in 2015. Currently, a traffic calming is both for new development as well as existing roadways. For new development, we go through our technical review committee, planning and traffic staff, to determine any locations where it's warranted in new developments. For existing town roads, that we have to actually do a study and then determine whether it warrants traffic calming in those areas. And the process of traffic calming also requires us to consult with Apex Police and Apex Fire Department for approval, as it might affect their emergency response times. And majority of our traffic calming and other type of information is available on our town website. And during this time, we decided that we want to review our traffic calming policy to determine whether there's anything that needs to be adjusted to it, or how other municipalities perform their traffic calming. So these are the municipalities we were able to find their traffic calming policies, and we're trying to do a comparison of certain criteria that they use, as well as the types of traffic calming that they use. So a general overview when it comes to speed limits. NC North Carolina General Statute says within municipal limits, speed limit is 35 miles per hour. Unless otherwise posted, either if it's a DOT road, DOT can make adjustments there. For any town maintained road, that's upon us on our town ordinance. So our ordinance, we also not only 35 miles per hour, but also if it's a residential street, it's 25 miles per hour, similar to what I have in Cary and Chapel Hill as well. Certain towns like Garner, is any town maintained road is automatically 25 miles per hour, and then you have to use an ordinance to adjust that speed limit. Certain major big cities like Charlotte, Raleigh, and Durham, they actually have their own department. They've been delegated to review and make adjustments to the speed limit without having to go through an ordinance process. But throughout all these municipalities, collector streets are posted at 25 to 35 miles per hour, but they're statutory 35. We have to make the adjustment for that. So overview of the types of traffic calming that we use. So there's several methods of traffic calming. The least and kind of like least encroaching is non-deflective. These are methods where we remind drivers of the environment, of the speed limit that they're in, to slow them down, as well as using other types of methods such as signs, pavement markings, and other roadside environmental factors that gives the illusion that they're in an area where they must slow down, and therefore using those environmental factors to get traffic to slow down. But the most commonly associated with traffic calming are vertical deflections, which include the speed humps, cushions, tables, maybe raising an intersection or crosswalk, as well as using rumble strips to remind drivers of slowing down. Bless you. Thank you. So this was mostly common associated, but we are also, it's very impactful and can also, cause discomfort to the driver, as well as a perceived damage to their vehicles. So therefore, we also try to use horizontal deflection, where we actually force drivers to steer in certain directions in that process of slowing down. So there are big improvements such as traffic circles and roundabouts, but also minimal items that we can use such as center islands, neck down chokers, maybe just a little bit of a bulb out from the side, having people chicane or lateral shift through the roadway. That way they actually know they're trying to maintain their speed as they're driving through, instead of just a long straight stretch. And on a more macroscopic scale, there is a horizontal deflections where you actually just divert traffic away, cause them to turn, and in the process slowing down, and also keeping them away from any low speed areas that we don't want through traffic to drive through. So the typical requirements throughout all the municipalities is that it must be a residential or a neighborhood road, a local road, maybe even some collectors that will also be included, maybe the minor ones, not necessarily major collectors, and any adjacent street next to those areas that might be of concern. But usually the standard is it has to be 25 miles per hour and it has to be a 2-lane road. And as for when it comes to volume, that actually varies vastly throughout North Carolina. Some have no volume requirements. Others say it has to be within a certain minimum, up to almost 6,000 vehicles. Once it reaches 6,000 vehicles, it doesn't qualify for traffic calming anymore. And then most of them also use the 85th percentile speed as opposed to average speed of the roadway. And they're variable can be anywhere from 1 miles per hour over to 8 to 10 miles per hour when they actually warrant the traffic calming. And as certain cities like Raleigh, if they have speed related crashes, that can also be a factor in discerning whether traffic calming is required. So this is kind of a little snippet of some of the municipalities reviewed, looked at what they require as terms of speed, volume, the type of roadway, as well as what their process is once it does qualify for traffic calming, their petition process, their public information process to get that approved. So the major things what we looked at were the street types, the speed and volume, as well as the petition process, cost share, as stated here, that's highlighted. So because after all this, we decided that there's certain modifications we need to make to the traffic calm policy in the UDO. Firstly is to update our language. As our organization has changed over time, personnel and whoever it was tasked to has also changed. There before, data collection was done by police department and went to a transportation construction engineer. Now it is all upon myself, the traffic safety engineer, to do the data collection as well as do the study. And then from there through the Transportation Infrastructure and Development Department and overseen by the Transportation Director. That was all changed, therefore we want to update that language to reflect the new department that's actually in charge of this. And when it comes to the type of roadway, currently our UDO specifically states it must not be a thoroughfare or a collector street. However, as many other municipalities do allow traffic calming on minor collector streets that are 25 miles per hour, we want to make sure that we can also include that as well, as certain minor collectors within the apex could possibly need traffic control, traffic calming. One thing that we want to really kind of generalize is that we say specifically that as speed bumps or speed humps as a type of speed traffic calming measure. We really want to go away and use a more general term, vertical deflection devices, and really use that as something that has to be going through this review process in the traffic calming policy. But other things such as signs, warning, pave markings that are not exactly high cost or that are much more easier to install, we don't want to have all that lumped into the warrant requirements. So therefore, speed humps and the horizontal deflection, we want to have that as part of the process. But if such things as signs and pave marking, we want to be able to just go through the Transportation Infrastructure Development Department and have Public Works install them. Currently, the UDO states that in order to install traffic calming, it has to have approval from the Apex Fire Chief and Apex Police Chief. However, what we'd have to do is that the chiefs would have to be actually sign off on each one directly. What we're allowing them to do is to have a designee, someone that they can delegate the responsibility of approving or not approving traffic calming. Currently, our standard says that it has to exceed 30 miles per hour at least 100 vehicles using the average speed. As other municipalities use the 85th percentile speed, we have decided to also go with 85th percentile speed, at least 32 miles per hour, but also have a daily volume count rather than an hourly volume count. And I think one of the greatest changes that we need to make is the process of requesting traffic calming. So currently, we have to have, the requester has to conduct a petition, and then the HOA approves it. And then it has to be within a certain time period. What we are doing is that instead of requiring the requester to do a petition, have the HOA involved, go through the whole process, and have the HOA determine if they want to do a petition or not, or just approve or disapprove any proposed traffic calming. So taking it away from just one requester and actually have the HOA and the rest of the community involved to have the traffic calming, rather than just have one person go on a quest for traffic calming. And if there is no HOA within these residential areas, that's the only time we would actually require a petition by the requester. And the second thing we want to make to the process is that we want to get rid of the cross share in terms of the equity, as is in our goals for equity. So it's not just for the installation, but also if there's a request for removal, we're not requiring them to provide a cost share upfront for the removal as well. So we're also not, it'll have to go through a whole petition process for removal as well. It simply has to be a request. We'll review it and determine whether it needs to be removed or not. Then this obviously is not the end of our duties. Obviously, there's more that we have to improve upon beyond traffic calming. So obviously, we want to make sure that all these materials are available online, the process, the guides, and any other resources, and really expand upon our options of just this traditional traffic calming that we have used. Anything that is low cost and high impact is something we're really trying to strive for. And also have a little more community outreach of our program, especially our Vision Zero program, provide more access and literature about that, and having and distributed them at many town events as well as any other venues that which people are curious to learn about. So obviously after this is also the text for modification you have to make for your review.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Any questions?
I did. Okay, cool. So I really hate vertical traffic calming devices. I think it's a sign of a design failure on our streets. So my neighborhood is always one of these, and I knew about the 70% because we've gone through this as an HOA person, and I was heartened by the high criteria, frankly, because I think they're a bad thing, or they're a sign of bad design. So I guess my question is, if we're going to make it easier, is the goal to steer people in neighborhoods toward the horizontal calming, which I find to be much better as far as calming itself and also the way it looks and the way it functions. I couldn't quite tell, like, are you guys going to steer neighborhoods toward that if you're going to make it easier to get these devices?
So when it comes to new development, we do not allow vertical deflection on any new development. So if a developer's coming through and we recognize there's a long stretch that might need some traffic calming, they have to determine some form of horizontal deflection.
Okay, so knock out new, okay.
Yeah, but for existing, if there is no other option, sometimes we have to go through each one options. So it's like, do we narrow the roadway, or do we consider any other type of environmental factors to slow it down first? But if in the event, if it's speed humps only, then we might have to go that solution. But obviously, we're trying to expand our tools and countermeasures.
Okay, so are there times when the speed humps are the only option?
There might be certain times that, like, maybe if it's there might be certain things where it's like a grade or something like that would cause people to speed up or something like that. That's something we might have to go on a case-by-case basis. But ideally, we are trying to also include traffic circles or those type of methods before we go to speed bumps.
Okay, so what if the neighborhood, all they know is speed humps, and they're like, I want speed humps. How do you guys deal with them and say, hey, why don't you guys try this? Why don't we try this first? Signage or other things you mentioned. And if that doesn't work, then maybe we'll reevaluate. Is that how it's going to work, or are they going to demand it and we're going to give it?
Usually, the first step before if it does qualify, first thing we actually go through is enforcement. We actually coordinate with the Apex Police Department, and they all do some observations and also provide do any type of enforcement that actually lets people know it's like, hey, there is an issue here. First, we get that out of the way, and then if beyond that it's still an issue, then that's when we was like, okay, let's try other types of countermeasures.
Okay, so would those be, if there are plenty of options available, would those be installed first before the going back to speed humps in the end? Is that the order of operations here?
I'll attempt to answer. There's a lot of things you can do with traffic calming, but we have to be conscious of, if it's an existing neighborhood, the impact of that neighborhood and the cost for what we're implementing. So typically the speed humps or speed cushions are a go-to device because you're not having to move curb lines, you're not affecting people's frontage. They have been shown to be very effective in terms of mitigating traffic speeds. Our mini circle standard will fit within the footprint of a typical residential street intersection.
Okay.
So a mini circle could be proposed. It's higher cost than a speed hump, but we could convert a two-way stop to a mini circle potentially in a neighborhood. But ultimately it's up to our group to come up with a plan that we would propose to the HOA or to the requester. They can certainly come back and say they don't like the plan, and we could explore other options. But some of those things like moving curb lines, that starts to get really expensive. And currently we don't have dedicated funding for our traffic calming program. So, major changes to the roadway, especially those that affect frontage for existing residential developments, we currently don't do that type of traffic calming in Apex.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, guys.
Okay. I had a couple of questions, if I may. So you mentioned the cost sharing component is being removed, but as part of new development and new roadway construction, I assume the builder would still be responsible for that,
Yes.
as part of the site plan and zoning agreement, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then I'm not sure if I actually, can you go back a couple slides for me, please, to the one more? Yeah. No. One more. Yes. So we're allowing minor collector streets in here specifically by designation. Do we have any major collectors with a speed limit of 25 miles an hour?
Major collectors? Do you have any major collectors?
Yeah, and I could be mistaken here, but just taking an example out of my neighborhood, I think Petstone Drive is designated a major collector, but the speed limit is still 25 miles an hour on that road.
Yes, I believe there are some. That is correct.
So instead of specifically calling out minor collector streets, do we want to strike minor from this language and say collector streets where it's a speed limit of 25 miles an hour?
We could, but I do want to point out that the purpose of the major collector streets, those are more critical emergency response routes. And those are the reasons why we're trying not to slow down, use vertical deflection or the types of devices on those type of routes. We specifically focused on the minor collectors, which are more like residential streets. If we were to expand it to major collector streets, that would need to be a more in-depth discussion with police and fire departments case by case. So you certainly could expand it to all collector streets, but typically, and I guess one big distinction is the minor collector streets allow residential driveways. The major collector streets do not. Okay. So that's why we're recommending the traffic calming on the minor collector streets.
Petstone is not a major collector. Yeah. Okay, so all right, understood. Thank you. And then on the next slide, I wasn't quite sure if I understood the second bullet and the sub bullets there. So what we're saying is that, so is this, if traffic exceeds, the 85th percentile is greater than 32 miles an hour and daily traffic is greater than 800 vehicles per day, then we recommend against traffic calming devices?
If it exceeds 32 miles per hour, 85th percentile, then it qualifies for traffic calming.
Then it qualifies.
And it also has greater than 800 vehicles per day.
So we're basically saying if people are speeding on the average more than 7 miles an hour, then, okay.
85th percentile.
Yeah, 85th percentile, okay, got it. Thank you, I just wanted a clarification. And the rest of my questions you answered, thank you very much.
I do have one question. Can you give me a little bit of the rationale behind why we're shifting the cost completely over to the town for these and taking the HOAs out of the 20% payment?
Well, one thing that we discovered is that certain HOAs are not exactly well organized or well funded in some areas might not even have an HOA. And so if you don't have an HOA, requiring a 20% up front is something that's really going to take out from each residence. So therefore, that's why we determined that in terms of equity throughout town of Apex, and regardless of the type of HOA you have, it shouldn't really be a cost absorbed by the town rather than the residents themselves.
Along that line, like who ultimately gets to decide where and what gets built? So when Salem Village was first built, a number of traffic calming devices were installed that, you know, made it really hard for people to back out of their driveway. So we ended up, you know, taking a bunch of those out again. So I want to avoid having an HOA come in and is like, I want an island right there, right? And we sort of like, you know, that's really not the best place, but if you want it there, I will put it there, right? It's like, especially if cost sharing is no longer a thing. Are we still, or is our traffic department still the final arbiter as to where the measures get installed?
Yes, the town will be the final arbiter when it comes to where it has been installed based on our engineering judgment, and ultimately when it comes to funding it, you know, it'll come back to the council as well if the council needs to fund it.
Right. I just want to make sure that we don't see things popping up in random places.
It's not going to be simple that they would like back in the days when they wanted a signal. They said put a signal there. It's like, no, you have to go through a process and really have an engineering review, and that's what we're trying to do with traffic calming.
Understood. Thank you.
Well, I think these are a great set of citizen-friendly amendments that make it, you know, more accessible to a lot more people. I think it's a great job you guys did.
Thank you.
Absolutely. All right, no more questions? All right, thank you for the presentation. Good job.
Thank you.
All right. We need to open it up for comments. So no one has signed up to speak, so it's open, now we're closing it.
That's too bad.
Yeah, I know.
Coming on.
Right. All right, it's back to council. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
All right, motion second, Gant. Any other discussion? All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, passed unanimously. And what we got left here? Public hearing 7.
More UDO amendments.
More UDO amendments. All right, let's do it.
Moving to another type of technical section of the UDO, which is signs. And as you may recall, we did have a work session with you back in December on this topic. So these are the amendments. Primarily to add a purpose statement to the UDO for the sign ordinance, ensure that we're treating temporary signs consistently by the categories of commercial and non-commercial speech, and to prohibit temporary signs within town rights of way, except for exempt signs. And we'll get into some of the other changes. So we have received, and as we typically receive, complaints from the public about the amount of signs along the roadways, especially when it's political season. But most importantly, we need to ensure that we are, our sign ordinance is treating all similar types of signs similarly, that we don't have any content related standards, although we can distinguish between commercial and non-commercial speech, and ensure that our standards are based on time, place, and manner, and again, not on content. So we can't distinguish or have different standards, for example, for political signs, temporary signs for churches, non-commercial events. Like if it's a temporary sign, for the most part, it needs to be treated similarly. So that is one of the goals of these amendments. To review, temporary signs are allowed on private property. Commercial temporary signs on premise are allowed, subject to certain area and location standards. Non-commercial temporary signs on non-residential property, similar rules. Commercial temporary signs are not allowed off premise. So if it's a temporary sign for a commercial use, it needs to be on the business where the commercial use is. And non-commercial temporary signs on residential properties are exempt from regulation. Any sign allowed by the sign regulations can publish a non-commercial message. So any business can publish whatever they want to on a sign that's allowed by the ordinance. The state does not allow commercial signs within its rights of way. It does allow farm agricultural signs and political signs subject to certain limitations, time, size, location. And enforcement would continue to be in compliance with state law on that. Currently, commercial signs are not allowed within town rights of way. Non-commercial signs, temporary signs, are currently allowed, provided that they're not adjacent to town property. The proposal is to no longer allow any type of temporary signs within town rights of way, so that we are treating all temporary signs the same. We are including specific exemptions for governmental signs because that has a public purpose. So anything that's a town speech, government speech would be exempt from the standards.
And as we've shown you before, this is just a map of the state versus town rights of way. As you can see, a lot of our major roadways where we typically see these type of temporary signs are along state rights of way. The blue are the residential or town streets. The gold is the DOT roadways. So our purpose statement intends to get at the direction that the courts have ruled the sign standards should be narrowly tailored. So that's what we've done here. This also helps for enforceability should our sign ordinance ever be challenged. We are proposing to relocate the home occupation standards to the permanent sign standard because home occupations are typically permanent uses. Makes sense. I'll review the changes for window signs in just a moment. The changes to the temporary table reflects basically we're removing all the different specific types of temporary signs and consolidating them into a smaller number of distinctions. Again, this is just moving the home occupation signs to permanent signs section. Striking anything that's content-based or specific to a type of use, even though it's so for temporary signs, setting specific standards for length of time and size and height, similar to what's allowed generally in the UDO now. Construction sites, we are proposing that all types of construction site signs be treated the same, regardless of whether it's non-residential or residential developments. They would all comply with the same height and area requirements. This is just letting you know, like for an event commercial, setting the number of signs that are allowed and the area of those signs, distinguishing whether it's freestanding or like a banner that may be attached to a building such as grand opening or whatnot. And similar for event for non-commercial, similar type standards. Just hit the highlights here. Specifying that seasonal outdoor sales signs that are not located on a bona fide farm, we don't regulate anything that's on a bona fide farm that's set by the state. Our zoning doesn't work there, basically, according to the state. So if it's not on a bona fide farm, then we'll set the standards. So this would be like a Christmas tree lot, a temporary use permit for Christmas tree, pumpkin, fireworks, whatever. For the window signs, this is a change. We are proposing to strike the interactive digital display sign that was added, I had this year, I think it was in 2018-ish. And that was for a business that had purchased and installed an expensive interactive digital display downtown. That business is no longer in downtown. We have not seen this sign type used since that time, and we feel like it's a good chance to strike it from the ordinance. Sandwich board signs, ironically, are only specifically allowed by the UDO in downtown areas, even though we know they're popular and used throughout the jurisdiction. So we're adding this to be allowed. Sandwich board signs can be allowed jurisdiction-wide in commercial areas, similar to the same standards that apply in downtown. This is setting the signs that would be exempt, as I've reviewed earlier, primarily governmental speech, but then specifically stating that non-commercial signs on a residential property are exempt. So you could put a sign in your front yard saying whatever your heart desires. Revising the prohibited signs, this yellow text was just for planning board. It's consistent with what's in your report. I didn't change the color there. We're changing abandoned signs, the term abandoned signs, to obsolete signs and replacing that definition. It's obsolete is more all-encompassing because a sign doesn't necessarily have to be abandoned. So the intent is that if someone posts a sign on a property and the event is way past, they just haven't come and picked up their signs, then if it's an obsolete sign, then we can remove that. And that's 6 months beyond, I believe it's a 6-month definition. That's in a later section. Most of this is what we've reviewed. For the list of prohibited signs, we're proposing to add feather signs to the list of prohibited signs. So these are the tall fabric that looks like a peacock feather or just like a bird feather in that kind of shape. They're quite popular, and proposing that be a prohibited type of sign. They're typically quite tall and large.
Like throughout all the questions, sorry.
It's okay. You want to go ahead and ask?
No.
Okay. For obsolete sign, that's what I referred to earlier, so that it refers to a business or activity that has not been conducted on the premises for 6 months, or to a transpired event that no longer exists. Clarifying the definition of temporary sign. And yeah, that's the amendments. Very quick overview for the sign amendments. Any questions on this set of amendments?
I have one. Regarding the federal signs, are we talking about right-of-ways, or are we also talking on private property?
Period. On private property as well. So we already have standards for animated, basically, you know, the wavy guy, the blow-up guy. But the feather signs would fall in line with that, because our sign ordinance keeps signs low, as you've probably noticed around town, and most feather signs they can be a variety of sizes, but they're usually big to be attention-getting, right?
Right.
So.
Okay. And then as far as government speech is concerned, I presume that includes things like announcements of events like Peak Fest and things like that. So those are still allowed?
Anything that would be a government-sponsored, a town-sponsored event would be exempt.
Right. Okay. And so how far does that go? So for example, the pancake breakfast, the Rotary Club puts it on. It's not a town event,
not a
so
town
that would
event.
no longer be.
So, so these businesses, churches, the nonprofits that typically are putting their signs in the right of way, they would need to coordinate with property owners. They can be located on private property with property owner permission. They just need to coordinate with individual properties that have that good visibility and locate those signs out of our right of way.
I think it was back in 2019, maybe we discussed the possibility of digital interactive signs, like in downtown, potentially to direct people to restaurants or parking, whatever information. Would this prohibit us doing that now, the town doing that kind of signage?
So the intent of this would be on private property. It's the directory, a digital directory type for the town.
Those are government signs.
Those are government signs, so they're exempt.
They're also permanent. We're only talking about temporary signs.
Oh, okay.
Well, the interactive digital display is in the permanent realm.
Oh, well, that particular one is in a window. It's not a standalone sign. That was done. Someone had bought the sign. It was like a really expensive sign, and the council changed the ordinance so they didn't have to remove it.
I was there. Yeah, I was the one that did it actually.
So,
but the ones the government, if a town does one, I'm not saying we should or not, but it'd still be allowed because it's a town government sign.
signs are.
Was that?
Government signs are different than that.
Yes.
Sign.
Okay.
Yeah, any governmental speech like the following are exempt from the standards in this section, and that's the standards in all of 8.7.1, the permitted signs location number. So.
Okay.
I do have one question, and it's something that I think I already have the answer to, but it was a question that was very urgently asked by a local resident. This is not going to stop people from being able to put up this is the home of an Apex senior and an Apex graduate in their yards, right?
Right, because one of the exemptions is non-residential speech on a private property. So as a parent of a senior, yeah, they'll be able to put their senior sign in their front yard.
Well, hold on. Would they have to go inside the sidewalk though?
On their private property.
Yeah,
like
so it could be on the
in their
road.
yard. It should be in their yard.
Right. They could put it by the road, but they don't normally do that. Okay. So if it's by the road, that would not be allowed.
If it's in the right of way, it would not be allowed. If it's generally behind the sidewalk,
yeah.
So clearly in their yard,
okay,
they're good to go.
So let me try to summarize. So there were a bunch of Supreme Court cases that made things complicated. So we have this UDO amendment, which is trying to make things simple, that all temporary signs are treated the same and they're just not allowed in the right of way anymore. And some other details about other stuff, which, but the main crux of it is signs can't go in the right of way anymore. Is this consistent with what other towns have done in response to these Supreme Court cases?
Yes.
Okay. Want to get that out there.
Yes, and we are also, I failed to mention this earlier, we are proposing an effective date of April 1st, no fooling. But to give time, to give us time to get past the primary election season.
Yep.
And give us time to send out, notices to people who typically submit sign permits or are requesting these type of things, get the word out. So April 1st would be the effective date, not immediately.
And I think we explored the idea of exempting signs that were associated with a special use permit, like during the planning committee meeting. I guess, do you think that's not possible, or did you go in that direction?
You all did not give that direction at the work.
We did not follow that, get that
It's the
direction.
complicatedness of trying to.
Yeah, because I mean, the simple rule is uniform.
Yeah.
With signage, it's best to be simple and straightforward.
And that brings me to sort of my last comment. I think enforcement and consistency of enforcement is going to be really important, especially when, the example of political signs. We don't want to give the impression that one person's signs are getting pulled up more than another, or only one signs are targeted. So have there been conversations with, I don't know who's going to do it, APD or code enforcement, or maybe you guys are going to drive around? Public Works. But what is the enforcement plan, and how can we assure the public that this is going to be enforced consistently across, all sign types?
Not that you don't have enough to do.
So we already do this. We have zoning compliance officers. We do compliance in two ways. One is to do enforcement based on complaints. And they've been directed when they go out to a corner to look at the sign that has caused the complaint, they pick up everybody's sign, not just the one that caused the complaint. Because oftentimes people will complain about what we call litter signs, roofing,
We buy houses.
We buy houses, all those types of things. But they have to go pick up all the signs when they go to do that enforcement. The other thing we do are sign sweeps. Sign sweeps are not done every month. They are typically done, I would say 4 times a year. There's not a set schedule. It usually is just figuring out when the weather's going to be nice and how it fits into their inspection schedule. But when they go out, they'll pick up 200 signs in 1 or 2 days. And again, they pick up all the signs, not just, a couple here and there. So, if there are signs that are out there that are for-profit events that are mixed in with the political signs, all of them will be picked up.
This may be a Pandora's box, but I don't know the rules. Can the public pick up the signs that they know are in violation of our ordinances? Because that would get rid of them faster too.
No, they're not authorized to do that. It's technically, I guess, stealing potentially, particularly if it's on private property, because citizens can't figure out if it's in the right of way or not. That's not going to be something that they should be doing.
Okay.
You got to leave them in the ground to breath. I'm sorry.
Just call us.
They call. Yeah, they call.
Okay.
All righty.
Okay, and just one more quick amendment. There was a typo discovered, thank you, Mr. Mahaffey, in the section reference for townhouses detached in our UDO, and this is just a correction to fix that. And the Planning Board recommended approval of these changes unanimously at their last meeting.
All right, thank you so much.
Are you expecting all the council members to go through the UDO and find typos? Is that one of our tasks?
If you find them, send them my way.
Okay.
Just job security.
Yeah, job security. Definitely.
All right, I'm opening up the public hearing for comment. Again, no one has signed up. It's closed. Is there a motion?
Motion approved.
Motion to approve both. Second. All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed. All right, passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, we'll move now to updates. Yeah, updates by Manager Purvis.
I'm just going to offer 2 quick ones tonight. You got a closed session to get to. First is beginning this Friday, so March 1st already. March 1st through April 11th, we will be doing a temporary change in our water treatment. This is an annual thing required by the state. What this means is that there may be some households may smell a chlorine smell a little bit. The water's still safe to drink. If you have special needs, there are things you can do, and we've sent notices out, but I just want to make sure that it's out there. If you see discoloring, flush it, run those things. And if you have any questions, always call Water Resources, and we have information online as well. But it'll take about, it'll be almost 6 weeks worth of this treatment and flushing. So I just want to make sure that was out there. And also in continuing our outreach and community engagement, the Western Big Branch Area Plan has 3 community meetings coming up. I just want to make sure that remind everybody of those. There's one on March 6th at the Senior Center. It's in the evening from 6 to 8. There's another one on Monday, March 18th, and that's actually at Pleasant Plains Baptist Church from 4 to 6. And then the final one will be Wednesday, March 20th, and that'll be at New Hill Community Center from 5:30 to 7:30. And we have more information about that online as well, and sending that out. So.
Is the format of those the same as the previous ones, just with a follow-up?
It's a little bit different. There's actually a pre-recorded presentation. It's 23 minutes long. It's already posted on the website. We're encouraging people to watch it ahead of time if they can. At the Senior Center, it will be on a continuous loop. At Pleasant Plains Baptist Church and New Hill Community Center, there will be 2 set times because the area is much smaller and it will be difficult to have conversations with staff if the presentation were to be a continuous loop. I did want to mention that the Pleasant Plains Baptist Church is not accessible. They will have to walk up and down stairs. So if someone needs accessibility, they need to come to the Senior Center or New Hill Community Center, or they can also participate online. All the documents are already online, and they can fill out the survey that'll be available at those meetings online today if they'd like.
Thank you, Diane.
Yep, you're welcome.
And that's all I want to make sure we have.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, that's the last item I have. I do want to say this before we go into closed session. Thank you to Corporal Stewart, who was here earlier, and then Officer Foster for taking care of us tonight. So thank you for being here. All right. Is there a motion to go into closed session?
So moved.
All right.
Second.
All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, we're moving into closed session. now adjourned. Thank you very much for your work tonight.